Su fuego ardiente enquilatiendo está, tierra de amores, del heroísmo cuna, los invasores no te hollarán jamás. En tu azul cielo, en tus auras, en tus montes y en tu mar, esplendidate el poema de tu amada libertad. Tu pabellón que en las tines la victoria iluminó, no verán nunca apagados sus estrellas y su sol. Tierra de dichas, de sol y amores, en tu regazo dulces vivir. Es una gloria para tus hijos cuando te ofenden por ti morir.
Good morning, everybody. We are a few minutes away from the start of our meeting. Listening to music, that's courtesy of Mello. He was the one who arranged this. You're hearing the International.
Yeah.
That shows the universality and the Catholic orientation of the group. We're open to all ideas. You'll be listening within the medley. Also, good morning again. You'll be listening in the medley. There are some bagong lipunan notes there also. But it's a compendium of songs that are having change or pagbabago as the theme. You will note that the song International, preceded the Bolshevik Revolution of Russia. So that song, when it was first composed, did not promote outright violence or Bolshevism. It was just a song calling for the workers of the world to come together and fight for their rights. So now it has come full circle in the European areas. We're now doing it peacefully. Later on, I have to relinquish the hosting of the meeting that we have to Ben Lorque. Our guest speaker or the point of privilege person who will talk about the constitutional volcano, Melchor Magdamo, will join us at 9 o'clock. So, Mel, can you check if our meeting right now is being live streamed in the YouTube channel, which is the 1899 Congress? Paki-check lang, Mel, kung nandun na ba siya, or I have to set it up.
Good morning, Professor Willie Villarama here, reporting for duty.
Good morning. Good morning. You are most welcome to, and I hope your leg is off your cast now. And pwede ka nang gumalaw-galaw.
Wala nang cast pero naka-wheelchair pa rin at iniingatan ko baka madapa bumalik.
Oh. So welcome everybody. We have here with us also Ben Lorque. We have also Joseph Bunao here, Barlet Bunao.
Yes, good morning.
He is one of the descendants of the Thomasites. He's now
he's
now in the Santa Margarita area of California, Los Angeles area. He is a native of the Bicol area of Manitoba, Talbay, and Masbate. And he was once a candidate for the
interim
Bicol Saro area, Bicol Saro party during the time that they had regional assembly representation during the Marcos era of our politics. So today we will be covering two areas if we have time. 9 o'clock, our friend Attorney Melchor Magdamo, the former COMELEC chair, Melchor Magdamo who will be with us, will be arriving at 9 o'clock. So right now, I would like to spend the time waiting for Melchor Magdamo to socialize with everyone and share the most recent news in terms of the political goings on in the country. I see that in the news today, Sara Duterte has said she's open to run for president. Also, we also have noted a few days past that our president, Dong Duterte, has said that he is also open to running as the vice president. So this could mean that perhaps we will have a Duterte ticket, but it can come in a variation which says Sara is paired with Gibo, and that Bongo is paired with Duterte, and so we will have a result to manipulated elections because we have Smartmatic there, and COMELEC syndicates running rampant in our constitutional commission. We may have a Sara president and Duterte vice president result. They would say, hindi naman kami magkasamang tumakbo eh. Talagang kami ang pinili ng taong bayan. So that is something that perhaps can happen. I'm just talking and speculating aloud, and we can share these things. And what do you think of that, Congressman Willie Villarama?
Well, from historically, the results of Philippine elections are always a big question mark. It's so difficult to make any prediction. There's always what you call the black swan. Tama po ba yun? Yung black swan.
The black swan is an unexpected downtrend.
Yeah, and we went through that. Napatay si Ninoy sa
Okay, dark horse.
namatay sa tarmac. Nagkagulo. And then bigla na lang tumawag ng eleksyon naman si Presidente Marcos, no? Na hindi naman kailangan tumawag. And then Tita Cory, who was not interested in entering politics, tumakbo, nanalo. And then of course si President FBR natalo sa convention, no? He lost in the convention. I was there during the convention. Mitra kami, we were so happy. Pero nagtayo na ang partido, no? Without funds, no? And then after that, si Erap, no? Naging presidente, an actor, no? Na nilabanan pa ng simbahan yan eh, kung di ako nagkakamali eh. So after Erap, of course, GMA, and then itong namatay si Tita Cory, seatmate ko si Noynoy Aquino, or backmate. He was seated right behind me sa Congress, no? So I called him immediately. Kasi ako unang nagpunta sa Times Street eh. The morning na namatay si Tita Cory, no? Dahil I was tasked by the INC to deliver a letter of apology of condolence from KRD. Pero gusto ni KRD ibigay sa isang Aquino. So when I heard on the radio matay si Tita Cory, I immediately texted Noynoy, no? Dahil kasama nga kami sa Kongreso. And so nung tinawagan na ako nung right hand man ni KRD, nagpapatulong, no, kung paano makakausap si Noynoy, no? Sabi ko, napakahirap niya, kamamatay lang eh, kako, baka nasa ospital pa. All of a sudden, right after I close the phone, pre, salamat. Nag-text si Noynoy, no? So I called him up, no? Sabi ko, pre, condolence ka ako. May sulat si KRD. Gusto iabot sa iyo, no? Okay, kay Chris, no? Pare, sabi, patulugin niyo muna ako. Sabi, kagagaling ko lang sa ospital. Mga 11 o'clock, pwede na kayo pumunta dito. So kasama ko yung kanang kamay ni KRD. Nagpunta kami doon. In fact, yung aming cameraman pa noon, si Almendras. So we had pictures taken inside the house with Noynoy. And then, ayun nga, bigla na lang kumandidato nung nadyari na parang ginugroom siya. I called him up. Sabi ko, tatakbo ka ba? Sabi, hindi biro yan. Sabi, hindi ako nakahanda dyan. Hindi ako nangarap maging presidente ng Pilipinas. So, ito yung mga nangyayari. And then, after that, si President Duterte, kami, nagko-coffee kami sa Mr. Donut almost every morning. So gumagawa ako ng mock election, yung may litrato, no? And hindi siya kilala. Yung litratong nakukup pa sa kanya, may tangan-tangan na baril, no? Kasi nilagay ko yung litrato sa isang papel. And then I asked them, sino boboto nyo, no? Nakikita nila. Tapos tinatanong, sino yan? Ako, Duterte, mukhang tatakbo. Ang baba-baba ng score niya. And then, he became president, no? So what I'm trying to say, mahirap hulaan talaga ang utak ng Filipino voters eh. Yung utak natin, I assume AB tayo, no? Dahil pag-aral ganyan versus yung CDE. Ang hirap ang hirap kung tayo lang nag-uusap kasi, siyempre sasabihin natin, kailangan yung makadiyos, makatao, hindi bastos, hindi nagmumura, no? pero pagdating sa masa, no? I called up yung mga kasama ko sa Bulacan, no? Yung mga leader ko na mga close ko, no? Kasama ko noong nasa active politics ako. Tinanong ko sa kanila, no? Sabi ko, sino ba malakas diyan? Sabi yan. Boss, sabi ganyan. Kung sino dadalhin ni Duterte, palagay namin, mananalo pa rin eh. Dahil popular eh. Sabi ko, bakit popular? Talagang nagmamarka yung kanyang malasakit eh. At yung mga atake sa kanyang paninira, araw-araw, linggo-linggo nasa television, minumura niya lang yung mga kalaban niya. So in short, ibang-iba talaga, no? Although pagkausap yung mga mga ka-messenger ko, ka-Viber ko sa mga klase ko sa Ateneo, sa Harvard, sa Kennedy School, panay galit, no? Panay galit. Kaya ako naman natataranta dahil tinatanong ko, ano palagay mo? Sabi ko, makikinig na lang ako sa inyo. Dahil pag sinabi kong, sa survey kong sarili, popular pa rin si Presidente Duterte, baka naman murahin ako ng mga yon. Dahil ibang mata natin eh. Ibang mata ng mayaman at nakapag-aral sa mata ng mahirap. Eh. And this we really have to understand. Eh. Kasi pero ang parang diyan, ang nababasa naman nila itong si Pacquiao. Talagang si Pacquiao nagbamarka dahil una inaapi, pangalawa lumalaban, palaban. Ngayon ang tanong, can that be converted into votes, no? Can that be converted into votes? Tapos let's take into account, umiikot na si Lacson at saka si Tito Soto eh. Unang landing nila sa Bulacan eh. So tinanong ko kung kumusta sila. Well, hindi ganun kadami pero yung mga matitiro, again, yun ang mga nag-attend ng yung mga listrado, no? Yung mga mekaya, no? So ako yung the opposition, kung meron man, will have to be united, no? Dahil mawawarak yung ilan lang opposition, mahahati-hati. Maho-home run itong lalo na itong si Sara. This is my analysis. If you will recall, nagkaroon ng TV program buong 3 oras yata yon noong meeting ng PDP laban. And if you will watch it on replay, makikita nyo na talagang pinipilit nila si Presidente Duterte tumakbong Vice President. And nandun yung governor, mga kakilala ko din, sinasabi, Mr. President, napakahirap pong mawala kayo sa eksena dahil tatagumpay na ang military laban sa mga NPA, no? And then they would narrate dito sa probinsya namin, parang 7 yata yung grupo, 2 na lang, nahuhuli, nagsusurrender, napapatay, no? So, talagang parang I love President Duterte, okay? And then, may nagtanong naman, sino bang magiging presidente? Dahil siya mamimili eh. And then may pumasok naman, no? Sabi kung ayaw po ni Inday Sara, amin pong gustong pakiusap sa inyo si Senator Bongo as your president. Dahil yan, kabaro natin, So, ano ang impresyon ng mga AB crowd, Madaling hulaan kung ano impresyon natin, ang impresyon natin, siyempre, iba na naman sa impresyon sa baba, But then, right after yung yan, si Inday Sara nasa Cebu. Ang Cebu is very very historical. Kahit na kay Presidente Arroyo, even before she napalaban siya sa speakership, nagpunta yan sa Cebu dahil solid yung Cebu kung bumoto eh. And Inday Sara was in Cebu. And yun ang headline ng Inquirer ngayon. I haven't seen the headlines of other newspapers. So he was asked, kakandidato ba kayong presidente? Oo, ang sagot niya. Okay? And everybody knows that malaki ang hidwaan ni Inday Sara at saka ni Bongo. Dahil si Bongo naging parang anak-anakan talaga. And hindi nila, wala sa magkakapatid. At the same time, wala sa mga leader ang pwedeng makipag-usap kay Presidente nang hindi dumadaan kay Bongo. He is that powerful. So, nagkakainitan yung dalawa ngayon. And I think yung sinagot ni Sara is to prevent from Bongo running for president. So, ang maaaring mangyari dyan, iba partido ni Sara as president, and then si Presidente Digong will run under a party with the president ang patatalo, no? Well, ito, ano lang to, parang chismisan lang ito, no? So, ang mangyayari dyan, parang Duterte ang lalabas, no? Pero again, I think everything depends on kung mapapatay ni Pacquiao yung kalaban niya, no? Mananakaut niya. Abe, that's August 21, no? Start of campaign is October 1. I'm sorry, October 1 ang filing, no? Yan ang realidad. Tsaka kung hati-hati ang mga tatakbong presidente, masyado madami. I think Pacquiao has enough funds, no, that can be converted into votes. Dahil siyempre yung pang-api sa kanya, medyo hindi maganda. Pati yung kanyang 2 billion o 3 billion kaso sa BIR nilalabas. So, parang kawawa naman, di ba? Kawawa naman. Ganun ang mahirap eh. Ang mahirap, yung DE crowd, madaling maawa kasi yun ang buhay nila eh. Habang buhay nilang naapis sila ng mga may kayang kamukha natin. So, madali silang humanga sa mga naapi. Madali silang humanga sa mga nangangako ng kahit ay hindi totoo. Dahil wala, yung hindi naman nakilala mga kandidato eh. So, kung ano ang mababasa nila o marinig sa radyo at TV, yun ang papaniwalaan nila. Kung anong sinabi ni Duterte, against corruption ako, against droga. No? So, may clear, madaling matandaan. Sa Bulacan, talagang lahat ng barangay doon may droga, may addict. No? So, pumapalakpak yung mga magulang na walang anak na addict, no? O puser. So ganun eh. None of us really have studied how the poor votes, kasi kailangan we have to live with them eh. We have to live with them, hindi pwede yung survey lang eh. And ang magandang yung when I was taking up my master sa community development sa UP, meron kaming 3 months immersion, no? And that is where I woke up eh. Sabi ko, wow. Kasi naghanap kami ng marerentang kubo. Tapos nakikikain kami sa mga mangingisda, no? Dahil doon kami tinapon sa isang barangay sa may lawa ng Laguna eh. And talagang makikita mo how they think eh. No? Nung nagbigay pugay kami sa barangay captain, nalasing itong kaklase ko, ako pinakamatanda as usual. And ang number 1 turo sa community organizing, pakinggan nyo yung masa, pakinggan nyo. Huwag yung italitugin yung gusto. So, nung nalasing na yung kasi ang naging problema namin, yung kubo na inupahan namin, 4 kami, walang toilet, no? So nakita namin isang yung parang may kapatas ng may-ari. Sabi namin, napansin po namin wala pong kubeta dito. Ay hindi ho, sabing ganyan. malaki ho kubeta namin dito. Tinuro niya yung ano, yung hill sa likod ng bahay, parang may hill. Yung para bang hindi yung bundok. Yan po kubeta namin. Paano naging kubeta po diyan? Ano, sa dumumi kayo sa dyaryo, balutin nyo, ibato nyo dyan. Ano? So, nung gabi, nung nagbigay pugay kami sa barangay captain, nalasing itong isang kasama ko, sabi nung barangay captain, ano ba nakikita nyo project dito? Sabi ko, kayo nga po ang tatanungin ko. Biglang sumubat itong lasing kong nakaklase ko. Sabi niya, Kap, alam nyo, may project kami naiisip Magtayo po tayo ng kubeta dito. Isa para sa babae, isa para sa lalaki. Natawa natawa yung barangay captain. Alam nyo, sabi ganyan natatawa ako sa inyo, no? Salamat naman at nakita yung kakulangan namin. Pero ang unang problema namin dito talaga, pagkain. Pagkain ang kulang sa amin dito. Kaya yung kubeta, hindi importante sa amin. Ang problema namin, kung anong kakainin namin para may ilalabas kami sa pit namin, para may kubeta. Nagets nyo?
Yes.
Hindi kubeta problema nila, pagkain. So, well, I'm just relating to some actual experiences. And doon ako nagising after my stint as nakakuha ako ng masters. Talagang doon ko naramdaman talaga yung you really have to live with them kahit na 3 months yun, no? Talagang yung nalalasap mo. And sabi ko, bakit ho kayo walang merong diyan, merong ang laki ng palaisdaan niyo diyan. Hindi ba maraming mga doon, mga fish pen? Sige, bukas ng umaga, papaliwanag namin sa inyo. Gumising kayo ng maaga, pumunta tayo dun sa pondohan kung saan dinadali yung mga bangos. So pagdating namin doon, sabi nanunod lang kami, no? And may nakita kami na mga mahabang linya, no? Babae, lalaki, bata, matanda. May mga plastic na dala-dala. Na yung plastic, no? Parang supot, no? So sabi ko, kako, kasi pinagbawalan ko na yung mga kasama kong magsalita dahil wala sa tono Kap, bakit itong haba ng pila? Maghintay lang kayo, basta magmasid lang kayo. So, yung bentahan ngayon sa yung pagbulungan ba? Ito yung parang mga fish market, di ba? Yung mga huli, yung mga buyer, bubulong, parang bidding. Okay. Nung natapos na yung bidding, umandar na yung linya. No, isa-isa. Ito nakakapangilabot, pero true story. Binubuksan yung supot nila. Tapos lumapit na kami para marinig namin. Magkano bibili nyo? 100 piso po. 50 sentimo. Basta may tapos sinasalok nila yung tira. Yung bang mga, siyempre pag yung mga isda magkakasama, nadudurog, no? So yung binibili nilang pangkain, yung mga durog na isda. Tinatabo nila, nilalagay nila sa supot, So, wow, sabi ko, paano ito? Ang daming isda sa lawa ng Laguna, pero itong mga mahirap, ang kinakain nila yung pinagtabasan ng isda, okay? So sabi ko, bakit po ganyan? Ang laki-laki po ng lawa. Tapos may parang entry naman papunta sa dagat, sabi ko, ang luwag-luwag po ng dadaanan nyo. Sabi niya, alam nyo, sabi niya, lahat ng mangingisda papunta dyan, swerte kung di papuputukan ng Armalite, ng mga gwardiya, ng mga may-ari ng fish pen, mga congressman, mga general, dahil iniisip nila, bubutasin yung net at nanakawan. So they cannot even go inside the lake, no? Yung Laguna Lake, no? Dahil panay fish pen na. Okay? So yun ang kwento ng mahirap. And I'm lucky that I went to UP and experienced this. Dahil sa Kennedy School, hindi mo ma-experience yan. Panay mga big government, So, yun lang po ang aking ano. Thanks for the time.
Thank you for sharing that, Congressman Kawili. So, any reactions from the group? You can click the response reactions, raise your hand, or you can just raise your hand physically in the screen. I'll see it in the gallery view and I will recognize you. Ben Lorque.
I have no comment on that. Although I experienced what the Congressman Villarama had mentioned, I visited 148 countries around the world, and the worst is in Africa. So doon sila kakain sa lamisa, pag nagpupo, doon din sa balde magpupo. Then inaumagahan, kung doon ka nakatulog sa bahay nila, yung balde na yan, hugasan nila, doon nisalok nila sa tubig. Doon din sila iinom. Doon ko nakita na ang mga taga-Africa, hindi naman sa pag-ano, pero kahit ganyan ang kanila rin na kinaugalian, pero maganda naman ang kanilang puso. May kaibigan ako doon na Sabado kami natulog sa kanila, din pagkaaga, mga alas 6 pa ginising ako dahil masimba na raw. So, yan nga, sabi, we cannot judge the book in its cover. So, kahit ganyan man ang kanila, pero yan lang ang makakayanan nila, wala naman silang malaking bahay, so sa kubo-kubo lang naman. So, pero at least nabubuhay sila. Ang sabi ng isa doon sa akin, kahit ganyan lang sabi niya kami, pero hindi naman kami sabi niya masakitin. Hindi kagaya ng iba dyan mayaman, pero nakahiga lang, hindi naman makagalaw. Kami sabi niya, kahit saan kami pumunta, libre kami. So, that is life. Sometimes, madaanan natin may maganda, may daanan natin na hindi maganda, pero dahil we are created equal, so nakikita ng Panginoon kung ano nangyari sa kanyang na-create. Yan lang akin masabi dyan.
Yung naikwento ni Kawili, thank you very much, Ben, for that reaction. Yung naikwento niya, yun din ang sinasabi natin, no? Pero maganda ang pagkakasabi natin, sasabihin natin, the natural wealth of the land has been alienated from the people. Pero yung words natin na kahit na very descriptive na rin, iba talaga when you see the stark reality of how it is operationalized at the level of the very miserable and destitute members of our population. I say that the reason for poverty is the fact that the opportunities for livelihood and the natural wealth that's supposed to be supporting sustenance and life for our people has been alienated from them. And the Spaniards came, yung mga resources natin, dinasbasan, and it was claimed for the King of Spain. Pagdating ng Amerikano, yung mga resources na mga mina na hawak ng mga encomenderos at mga Espanyol, kinuha naman ng Amerikano after that. Nung tayo magkakaroon na ng independence, pumasok naman itong mga Amerikano ulit para hindi mabawi yung mga kinamkam nilang ari-arian ng mga karamihan sa atin. At yun ay tinawag nilang parity rights para magpatuloy silang mag-angkin ng mga to. Tapos naman, kasi ang isang doctrine of elite control of the colonialist masters na ginaya rin ng Amerikano is for the colonial masters to develop and nurture the elite class so that the elite class of the native populations will be the one who will put the population in check or in line so that the colonial master would have no difficulty managing the country. And that is now the descendants of the oligarchic class, of the what Rizal called in his novels, Noli Me Tangere, the Principalia. And from the Principalia came their sons and daughters, the Ilustrados, like Jose Rizal, and they began writing about this. And when they wrote about this, the people read about this, they read about their condition. Rizal was martyred, they rose in revolt, and the history was that they fought because they wanted a better life. But that revolution was aborted, and then we're back to the same process of colonial mastery, and the process of withdrawal from colonial status to proto-independence has been a miserable process, which left most of our people still alienated from the resources that could have sustained them, so that they don't have to have a life in poverty and misery. And this is something that our group is trying to correct now. We are addressing this, and then we have this proto-democratic forms foisted on us by alien influences, which is not does not seem to serve the purpose of what should be done by a system of polity to be able to sustain life, nurture and sustain life, protect liberties and freedom, and assure fulfillment and the pursuit of happiness for everyone. The institutions we have now in the country are dysfunctional. That's the reason why we have an effort like this, like a shadow Congress, to be able to join the Congress. As per experience of our compatriot here, Ben Lorque, you have to pay the COMELEC 35 million pesos to get a seat in Congress. Anyway, sabi naman ng mga COMELEC, 70 million naman ang pork barrel mo sa 3 taon. Parang entrance fee mo to para makuha mo yung pork barrel na yun. That is the way our system is done. So the peaceful process of correcting the situation described by Congressman Villarama cannot be done through this electoral process, because the electoral process is captive. It's already been what you call this, subjected to regulatory capture by the mercenary syndicates and the elite of the country. Wala nang way out, and it's become a vicious cycle because the mercenary groups are in the hire of the oligarchic groups that control the alienated wealth from the people. They're never giving it back. An example of this alienated wealth is our water. It has been alienated. Digong himself was so adamant about this, saying the water is a natural resource. You control the water. You're depriving us of life. I will see to it that something will be done about it. Has something been done about it beyond his announcement that he will do something about it? Villar still controls prime water. Rason and now Maynila still have the most of it, and they still have the contracts, and the contracts were now renewed in darkness. Nobody even knows what these new contracts contain, and we are still suffering and paying these utility bills. Even that a safety valve that is in the Constitution itself, which says you can, in Articulo 12, where you can take over public utilities, including water, in times of emergency like this that our country is experiencing now, it is not being done. But things that are not in the Constitution, they do it, like constructive resignation and medical emergency powers that has gone beyond the usual 6 months allowed by the spirit of the Constitution. Martial law itself has to be renewed every 6 months by mandate of Congress. But the COVID emergencies were just on and off without any 6-month tenure, and our people are dying either of hunger or dying of COVID. So it's like a Hobson's choice. They die the same. Whether you have COVID or you die of hunger, you're still dead. And that is our situation right now. And this mutilation of our Constitution continues with this rumored candidacy of the president for the vice presidency. I think the reason why you have that injunction that a sitting president cannot get reelected is so that the powers of incumbency cannot be used to manipulate the election results. Can you imagine a sitting president running for office as a vice president? Do you think he would not interfere and make sure that his vice presidential candidacy would succeed? That is a violation of the spirit of the Constitution. And Duterte, by playing with that idea, has joined these forces of that have mutilated our constitution. It's no different than the group that ejected ERAP illegally through a coup d'etat. So yung ating constitution now is just a piece of paper. It's toilet paper. It's not. We have a government of men and women, not a government of laws. Our people and our leaders do not understand the concept of constitutionalism. Constitutionalism is nothing more but the concept that a group of people have decided to live under a system of laws codified by a constitution that is written out. However, when that constitution is used, is mutilated, abused, misused, and not used, and it is an instrument of oppression for the people, then that constitution has to be shredded and discarded under the higher principle of constitutionalism, even justified by the rulings of the Supreme Court under the pronouncements of Associate Justice J.P. Laurel in 1940 in his social justice definition. But in extra constitutional effort and efforts beyond the written constitution should be resorted to when social justice is denied. So this is something na kailangan nating mapaalam sa tao. Pero sa ngayon, ang ating sistema ay talagang hindi lang corrupt, kundi yung corruption mismo, yun ang sistema natin. Kaya pag pumunta ka sa baryo, kung kayo mag-immersion din tuwing election doon, ang sasabihin ng mga taga-baryo, tanongin nyo, nakaboto na ba kayo? Hindi pa po, sir, kasi yung budget namin para bumoto, hindi pa binigay sa amin ni Mayor. Pagdating ng budget na yun, saka kami pupunta doon at boboto. Hindi kami binigay. At saka kung hindi siya magbigay, sumbong namin siya kay Gobernador na yung perang budget para sa amin ay hindi naibigay. So that is the way now our people look at elections, just a way to receive some transfer payment from the ruling elites of the country. How do we deal with that? Congressman Villarama talks about voter education, talks about how we can predict how the people will vote. But then, as shown by the demographic studies I did in the COMELEC voting registries and the population growth of the country, in 2019 alone, our voting registries expanded by 9.3 million, but our population has only increased during that interval by just 4.5 million. How did that happen? This happened during this term of this guy, Commissioner Sharif Abbas, chairman. And I think that the anecdote that Bien Lorque was telling us about, wherein he was asked 35 million by the COMELEC just to be able to qualify and get voted on as party list representative, the anecdotal recounting that I heard from a lot of people is that it was Sharif Abbas himself who was collecting all of these payoffs from the party list applicants. We have that kind of people manning our elections. So elections as an avenue to correct our system seems to be a doubtful pathway at the moment. So that's all that I can add to what Willie Villarama and what others shared with us. And I'm open and ready to hear any more suggestions or comments. Okay, I think the one who raised his hand here first is Carlo EY. Go ahead.
I will be wait lang. Okay. Hello, everyone. No, I asked John Pino to bring the discussion on what happened during the Thursday's forum with the Pandesal forum organized by the IDC. Kaya siguro may comment lang dito is sana matapos na itong pandarayang ito. Sir Geoffrey, you are recognized, sir.
You have a question or you have a comment, Carlo?
I asked Sir Geoffrey to bring what we have what Ma'am Ana discussed last Thursday on the forum, media forum organized by EDC.
You will bring it up? Go ahead. You are welcome to do that.
Okay. Sir Geoffrey,
You can put down your hands after you have given your comments. So Geoffrey Balsa,
Yes.
you recognize.
here's the audio, sir.
You have to unmute yourself. You are muted right now.
Trying. Okay.
How you doing, sir? Your audio. Mr. Basir, audio.
Okay. Thank you. For some technical reason, I couldn't unmute myself. But the points that Gil Ramos raised are very true. It is unfortunate that elections, rather than being a democratic exercise among equals in the citizenry, has become a warfare between elites, using ordinary voters and citizens like ourselves as cannon fodder. We do the sacrifice. We sacrifice our lives, our health, our limbs, our futures, just to enrich warring elites. Sometimes new factions arise, like probably what you have seen since 2016. The only way, the biggest possible reform is to equalize our exercise of the right of suffrage is to reform the very act of suffrage itself so that there is equality in rights and opportunity. And what I'm talking about is to explore the avenues for proper representation through sortition. And sortition is practically the same method that they use to choose juries by random among the citizenry, so that the act of legislation and politics is not a privilege, will not be limited to the elites, but will be open to all citizens willing and able to participate in the electoral process, in the legislative process, as well as in the judicial process. And so I do present that option to this body, that we do explore the mechanism of sortition, which was applied in ancient Greece, in the ancient Athens, where people were justly represented by random to speak on behalf of the people, the common concerns. And by selecting them randomly, the stains of vested interests are diluted. And everyone has a free chance, as well as a free voice, to exercise their participation in equality, in the rights to not just be treated under the law equally, but to develop the law, the rule of law, equally. Thank you.
Okay, and that's noted. And let's welcome Ray Valeros. Captain Ray Valeros just joined us. He's the leader of the Gising Maharlika movement. I'm glad that you're here, Captain Valeros. And then let's go to this comment of Geoffrey. I don't fully understand what he mentioned, certation or something like that. Do you know something about that, Mike Alunan? You're still muted, I think. You have to unmute yourself, Michael.
Too familiar either with that term you mentioned.
Maybe
figure
Mr.
out.
Balse, can you elaborate who makes the drawing of the lots? Who does it so that it can be equally done? So somebody must be chosen to be doing those choosing itself, right? So how is that done in ancient Greece?
In ancient Greece, they would have people who will not want to serve in the legislature or in the public office, who will run the raffle or the lottery as to who will be selected by chance to be in the legislature.
But then
So,
you must have to have a first selection of who will do the lottery, right?
yes, and they will be selected by the lottery itself. People will volunteer and say, I do not want to be selected in the lottery for the legislature. I would rather participate as the selector, the person drawing the lots from the lottery as to who will qualify. And those who do not qualify, there will be a second layer who will audit to make sure that those selecting the candidates are that selecting the legislatures did do it randomly and not through hocus pocus.
So if that practice is ideal, how come it has not survived to the present day?
It does
Judging
not
by the process of social evolution, institutions that are useful will survive, and institutions that are not useful will not survive.
Let me explain it in the historical process. And part of it is one thing. When you make politics a duty rather than a privilege, people shirk from duty. That's why people don't want to join, they don't want to become part of the jury here in Australia, for instance, because it's a pain in the ass. That's one reason why. Number two, there was really no additional incentive which could have helped. And I don't mean financial incentive, but people who are, let's say, selected can be further schooled in the arts of discussion, analysis, and creative thinking, for instance. Then people will be motivated to participate if there's at least that incentive. The third is,
I would like to say,
I'm giving a third, let me finish my third. The third is the elites of Athens themselves said, I do not want to be ruled by my inferiors. Would you? So they said, yeah, yes, you're right. Therefore, we should be able to select among ourselves who is the best. But of course, that's where the corruption comes in. That's where the warfare comes in. And that's where elites arise. And that's when elections becomes a warfare between elites using ordinary citizens and voters as their cannon fodder. That's why it did not succeed.
yes, I think it's not practical. Your suggestion is not practical because politics, just like economics, is an instrument of allocation. It's a process of contesting for the wealth control. It's always a process of contesting for the control of wealth and the control of power. The incentives are very strong. Just in the West Philippine Sea alone, you have 9 billion barrels of oil, 93 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. In Benham rice, the Philippine rice, estimates is about 300 trillion natural gas, no oil.
I'm not contesting that, Gil. And in fact, I will give you a case study between Norway, which you identified, and Scotland. Scotland, actually, off the coast of Scotland are deposits even bigger than Norway's, right? But when you compare Scotland to Norway, Scotland is a third world country living in a first world United Kingdom. Why? Because this is how Scotland gets its share. They get their share from the income taxes paid by British Petroleum. So British Petroleum, after deducting all authorized expenses, will register or post a measly income that they will share with the people of Scotland. Very.
Pero Geoffrey, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is a process
Well,
of
you-
substituting for the election that we have. And you're
Yes, but
proposing something that cannot be done.
you raised something. It has been done. Unfortunately, it had been sabotaged by the very elites of Athens. And you know what happened to Athens afterwards. Athens fell the same way Rome did. But prior to the fall of Athens was a moment of prosperity because it was also a moment of democracy where there were equal rights to develop the law other than just being treated equally in the eyes of the rule of law.
Okay.
You see,
Oh,
you have to
all right,
balance both the treatment of the rule of law with the development of the rule of law. If they are not equal in the development of the rule of law, you will have an unequal treatment by the rule
Yes.
of law.
Anyway, our group is a group that is trying to find hands-on solutions, and of course, theories play a part. And so, let us take note of what you you brought to our attention, and maybe later on, a particular group within our shadow structure can further research on what you mentioned.
And
So,
I would suggest experiment even.
yes,
Not
but
just do research, but experiment.
yes, but we do not have the luxury of a controlled laboratory that we can experiment on. We can only engage with the hands-on reality that are facing us. So
Oh,
this is something, yes,
there are
let me say that the concept that you have cited needs further study perhaps, and we cannot resolve it here right now.
Oh, of course. But I
So
just
that
wanted
we can at least get the insights of other people based on what we have talked about, because our discussion started from speculative propositions regarding the possibility of a Duterte tandem emerging as the leaders of the country, and also the way it will be done with these different groups manipulating themselves into power. And the fact that our elections are under regulatory capture by COMELEC syndicates because of the unintended effects of Constitutional Commission's independence based on the 1987 Constitution.
what better way to respond to your issues than what I have said? Thank you.
Yeah, so that is what we have to do. Okay, any more comments? Captain Ray Barelos, do you have any comments regarding this discussion? It is about the political development so far regarding the Duterte tandem that may emerge. Captain Ray Barelos, you have the floor.
Good morning, Brother Hill, and good morning, everybody. Really, I salute you guys for all of you for bringing this up, creating our shadow government. It is really a must. It is really a must. Now that we see how the political arena is playing now, everybody is in cahoots with each other just to serve their political party. So really, Brother Hill, I'm just a silent observer and supporter of our shadow government. And when the going gets tougher, really, you will be the leaning wall of our nation. So just go on, Brother Hill, and as you go along, there will be development that will happen sooner or later, and it will involve part, if not half of our military. They know what to do already. So we are discussing things with them, and it is getting high praises. And really, the Filipino now must decide. And it's not the Filipino people is really the government, and not the political cabal elites that is running our country now. So just go on, Brother Hill, and everybody, and on the onset, we will be watching you, and I'm happy because almost all the department is already created. I really salute you, Brother Hill. If ever there will be chances that we will be changing the landscape of our COMELEC, because I learned a lot from you, Brother Hill. Really, whatever election we conduct, it's still the 7 million padded voters there, nothing will happen. So I'm presenting that to our military. And it's gaining momentum. And let's see how the talks progress. And I know at the end game, it will be the citizen and the military that will go together. Thank you very much, Brother Hill.
Those comments are noted, and
Captain Ray. Captain Ray.
Yes,
ahead,
Brother Bien, go ahead.
Yes, we already created the shadow maritime industry, and last night I made already a circular number 1 citing the Presidential Decree 474, which is supposed to be strictly implemented by Marina.
Excellent, Brother Bien, excellent. And I'm really happy for the efforts of all of you guys. We need you. Our country needs you. When the going gets tough, you will be the leaning wall of our society. Thank you very much, Brother Hill.
you're very welcome. That's noted. Now let us hear from Carlo. You have raised your hands again. Carlo, you forgot something? The floor is yours. Carlo, Iway.
Yes. I think we forgot to also mention the South China Sea issue, no? I think yung sinabi ni Ma'am Ana last Thursday sa tinaluhan kong forum sa ng PCA, ng EDCs, yung sa meron talagang dapat gawin na coordination daw. Is that agree with you, Sir Geoffrey and others here? Cooperation on the South China Sea matters.
What is that group that you're mentioning, Carlo?
From the EDC. Use the forum last Thursday.
With it.
Yeah. Sir Geoffrey?
Yes. Carlos, what do you want me to share? Is it the solution to the impasse in the South China Sea?
Yeah, use the South China Sea issue.
Yes. Well, I just to keep it brief, right? I think we should apply. We should consider a third option with regard to treating the commons, the global commons, in particular the South China Sea, in which there is a contest as to which country owns the South China Sea. No one can own nature. No one can own natural resources as if it were the property that we produce with our own hands, because we never produced the planet with our own hands. It's given by God, by nature. And as such, we all have equal rights to it. If we fight over it, then it's a lose-lose proposition. So in that kind of context, what I would propose is, for any administration, is to approach China and strike a same deal with them as we did with the US bases of Clark and Subic, that we convert those bases from military purposes to civilian purposes for the purposes of ecotourism, which the Philippines is very good at. By converting them into bases, from bases to resorts and other purposes for ecotourism, we will be able to generate a more positive economic value for ourselves and even be willing to pay China rent for it, instead of China spending enormous amounts just to maintain it as a military facility. And we can strike the same deal that they can convert it again to a military facility if there is a need that arises in terms of mutual security of the area. Because let's face the reality. It's not just one global power that threatens a country. There are other global powers that threaten a country. So if we are threatened by, let's say, even by the United States, then China can convert our military bases for mutual defense purposes. In the same way, there are facilities around the Philippines that can be converted into US military facilities in case there is a threat to the mutual defense interests of the US and the Philippines. That way, we do not have enemies. We only have friends. And we hold any potential enemies at bay. That would be my proposal in resolving the impasse in the South China Sea and dealing with the military encroachment by China. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes, I think it's important that studies like that be cataloged and documented. We have a structure called the Shadow DND, Department of National Defense, and security papers like that can be the abstract can be posted there. And then we are in the process of developing Google Drives to be shared with everybody so that they can become FTP downloadable sites to download the big study papers that we will also put together there. So each shadow structure will have its own Google Drive connection. And later on, as the demand for it develops, we will be creating specialized YouTube channels to discuss committee meetings, do committee meetings there for a particular, to resolve particular issues that may come up. We will be acting like a virtual government. We have no actual powers. We have plenary powers for discussion. And our product are knowledge papers. And knowledge is a form of power. Knowledge that is transparent, openly shared, would put these people who are operating in darkness and opaqueness, pursuing their agenda behind the backs of the Filipino people, they will be put on guard that a group like ours exists who are out to just expose the truth all the time. I started with the little demographic analysis I have done on the post-1987 voters registries in COMELEC. There is not much mathematics involved there, just simple arithmetic, as Bill Clinton would say. And we have created some ripples with that, and some people are reacting. The COMELEC is not answering all those questions and challenges that I have issued to them. We should do the same for areas where in government, where cash is accumulated, where finances are accumulated, because that is where local departmentally located syndicates arise, and they use it to scoop these flows of cash in their areas towards the pocket of the operators of these departments. So we do that by a system of live, real time, as much as possible, real time based accounting of the cash flow analysis, the cash operations of government. That is my goal. My training is in monetary economics at the graduate level, and also in finance. And so by creating a process of tracing the cash flow of government, money that comes in and money that comes out, and overprinted money in terms of money creation. But our money creation process is severely limited. We are not exercising full monetary sovereignty. We only overprint money for liquidity as allowed by the IMF, which we should do away with. One reason for the massive growth of China was that they were able to ignore these things because they were not part of the IMF arrangements. They printed money as they saw fit to be able to liquidate or rather put oil their economy so that exchanges within their 1.7 billion market happens. Right now, as per the documentation itself of the World Bank, China was able to eliminate poverty in 30 years. And this is, if you are somebody who's a connoisseur of Chinese movies, Chinese soap opera, and there are plenty of them in the web. Even their soap operas right now are laden with references to the more abundant life that they play, that they are enjoying. Our soap operas in the Philippines is still iyakan, tearjerkers kasi naghihirap. ang bayan. But the Chinese operas right now, especially the ones dealing with modern love affairs among their young people, they are situated in situations that they are vacationing, they're enjoying luxuries because that reflects the better quality of life that most of the masses of the Chinese now enjoy. So this kind of things is also something that we can have because our country is a heavily mineralized country, being part of the Pacific Rim, the volcanic crater that is the whole Pacific Ocean in ancient times. And that's why we have an abundance of nickel, copper, gold, and everything. But all of this have been alienated from us. And we also have a lot of rare earth that is now an important element in the development of technologies related to the IT revolution and all of this communications revolution going on. But we have to create institutions wherein our people will be stakeholders, meaningful stakeholders in this. We should develop an attitude saying that housing is not a private good. It's only a private good at the luxury level, but it should be a social good provided for our people so that we can have a healthy, well-nurtured labor force. Education should also be seen as a social good, which should be provided free. We should pay students who are capable to study medicine and to study technology that will be useful to us, as long as they give back in a particular structured manner to the country. We should do away with a foreign service that is based on a career exam, because that was the unintended consequence that happened in the years of Carlos P. Romulo. He wanted to protect the foreign career service from political encroachment, so he created an exam based on merit. But this exam itself are corrupted now. What should be done in the foreign service is to create a foreign service academy. Somebody that graduates from high school can go direct to it, and then after they graduate, just like the PMA, are deployed in the foreign service. So the process of instilling patriotism and love of country will be developed in that foreign service academy. What we see now in our foreign service are mercenary diplomats who actually represent the host country of the residents rather than their home country. And after that, after they get stationed in the United States for a long time, after they retire, they apply for green cards and or permanent residency status in the countries that they were deployed in. Their loyalty is not to the country. We should correct these things. There are many things to be corrected. And our group can develop these position papers and have this operational ready or plug-in ready papers for anybody who assumes leadership of the country with the political will to implement them. So we will have them. That is the goal of our group. Our area of power is not capturing the levers of power. Our area of power is propagating plug and play knowledge modules that a politically willful leader who really cares about the country can use immediately upon assumption of power. And that is the goal of our group. We have created a shadow structure in our government right now, in our web area right now, that reflects the government structure. And at the center of it is the shadow Congress that we are participating in right now. It will evolve as a knowledge structure for both implementers of such knowledge, operationalization of such knowledge, and discussion in terms of further sharpening that knowledge that we have. So that is our area, and we will be spreading our effort all throughout the area, the whole world where Filipino communities and expertise are available. Geoffrey Balsa, you recognize. You're still muted. We cannot hear you.
Thank you. I was still not given permission to unmute, but I would I would very support I would support very much what you have just said, Gil. While I do agree that sortition is an ideal, what we have here is a step closer to that ideal, because this is a forum where everyone and anyone is free to speak the truth that they see. It should no longer matter who is speaking, who, from where, from what social class or school or university or pedigree that person has, but rather, does he speak the truth? And this is a forum where those who see the truth are free to speak out. And all who wish to listen, think, and discuss with mutual
Yeah.
respect. So I would like to compliment what you've said, and I express my extreme approval and support for the body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that is, as we go on in our discussions here, further clarity of our mission will happen, because we don't have, nobody individually has a monopoly of brilliant ideas. The process of putting all of these ideas in a crucible of analytic discussion will go ahead, and only the most potent and the most practical ideas will survive into our plug-and-play modules for governance, which we will offer to a politically willful leader who will emerge. We don't know who that leader is. It may come from the civilian sector, it may come from the military, it may come from the overseas Filipino nation. That's how I refer to the Filipinos abroad. A combination of transient workers and immigrants to different places, those who have still not forgotten amor patria, or love of country, their home country. So these are the people that we're getting ready with, so that by the time that somebody gets into power, who really means business of liberating our people from this bondage that we have been sunk into, then he will have a ready library of plug-and-play proposals that he can choose from and make a Lego combination of immediately implementable policies to maybe make a difference within 5 or 10 years in the lives of our countrymen. So any comment and any reactions? Carlo, you have raised your hands again, but before I recognize you, I would like to see if other people, Michael Olunan has not been in contributing. Usually he has a lot to say, but now he's so silent. Michael, you have the floor. You are, you have to unmute.
Unmute. Okay, thanks, Hill. I think what has happened throughout history and even the current, we've been squabbling too much about how to share the pie. And sharing the pie is inherently political. Ba't sa'yo mas malaki, malit sa akin? These are manifested in the intramurals and the conflicts that have emerged, even among oligarchs, the rich and the poor classes, and everything. No, so I guess it would be good if we focus on uh, how to increase the pie, because a sharing of the pie, I even believe the extreme ideologies or ideas between free capitalism, free market capitalism, and the extreme Marxist left socialism are flip sides of the same coin. Okay, they're both trying to tackle the problem of sharing of the pie. In the socialist Marxist left, they resolve the problem of how to share the pie through a seizure power, a bloody revolution, etc., class struggle. That's their formula. But it does not lead the somewhere, and throughout history, all the failed. No, maybe except for a few, no, China, Russia, no. But in the free market capitalism, it's also, I think, a results in a the winners and losers in the marketplace. Okay, like in the case of, let's say, if we may localize it easily, over 85,000 or maybe 100,000, you can look it up, no, of Filipinos die of respiratory diseases from asthma, TB, pneumonia, even pneumonia and TB. People die more than actual what's happening in COVID on a yearly basis. On a yearly, you're talking of 25,000, 54,000 these ailments, and all of these are curable and preventable, but they simply die from poverty because of lack access to amenities, medication, hospitalization, etc. I think both extremes are flip side of the same coin. Okay, because resorting, we've seen there people are now questioning the globalization, which is all market oriented, the neoliberal, etc. And all the more the left lingo language has been, if there was a great leap backward, it was great left backward, no, it has not proven anything, no. So and when you focus more, all this globalization, free market, no, and even the industrial countries have lost their economic might, because on the thinking, if they can control how the sharing of the pie can, they earn more, which is actually true, the oligarchs. But it had backlashes after 30 years of that experiment. The industrialized countries have renamed themselves to be developed countries, but what has happened is that only the oligarchs made money. In fact, during the COVID, in a 1 year, the top oligarchs of the world earned trillions, no? Even during the COVID, but the the bulk of the world population have plunged deeper and wider in poverty, no? So, and even the World Food Program, or was it one of those, estimates about 9 million die of hunger. And hunger is preventable if you increase the uh, capacity of societies and economies to increase the pie. Because when you increase the pie, you encourage, even you overhaul your educational system towards more producing engineers, scientists. And arts are also very important, because through arts, you encourage to develop the creative uh, versatility of Philippines. And Filipinos are I believe are lucky and creative and versatile for two reasons. One is that we are our languages, whether Tagalog, Cebuano, etc., no, are inherently poetic and rich with metaphors. Like for instance, sa dulo ng walang hanggan, no, or gaano kadalas ang minsan, those are contradictions and metaphors. Mahirap isipin, pero dahil sa mga ganong matalinhagang salita, ang Pinoy malalim mag-isip. Unlike yung the American culture, they say what they mean what they say. So it's all diretso, no? For straightforward. But in the Pinoy, we read what is being said according to many dimensions. Like for instance, Pinoy say, anong tingin mo doon sa sinabi? Anong pandinig mo na sa sinabi? The audio, anong pakiramdam mo doon sa sinabi? There's a deeper pa, anong kutob? Di ba? So, like, typical sa atin, let's say we invite Pinoys to, let's say, dinner or lunch, whatever, no? Yung accidental, halis, kain tayo. Ang typical response is, sige. So, the Americans, some friends I know, how come when you say sige, it means literally yes, but actually you mean no? Because that's how we convey, we have deeper dimension. So, language, no? Secondly, we're very creative and versatile because we're musically inclined. In music, we can process in our minds 100,000 notes, like an entire orchestra, strings, piano, drums, etc., chorus with the tenor, bass, soprano, etc., all at the same time. So, if how is this manifested? Foreigners cannot figure out how come a jeepney driver who's busy on the road driving is also doing multitasking, like doing accounting work, nangongolekta, cashier work, to the exchange, may listening to blaring stereo music, ensuring na or doing a cat and mouse against traffic in port, decolorum siya, etc. How can they do that? It's because of our musicality and our inherent poetic language. So we should capitalize on this and build on it to be able to build focus on policy reforms that will help increase the pie, because we if we focus on the more on the political that will only that's the language of the elite, the oligarchs. They pit us together, nations against nation, people against people. In America, the race, LGBTQ, etc. I mean, it's all about conflicts, and through conflicts, that's how they can control people, and that's even how the military industrial complex survives. They encourage more conflicts, and if you study history, even the uh, like in the 19 was it late, right after the war, uh, there was this Congress for Cultural Freedom. No, it was initially anti-communist because against the Iron Curtain, the Cold War then. But later on, when they saw the emerging rise of progressive ideas, they were able to influence the directions of public opinion by encouraging more individualism. So the sex, hippie culture, boost, freedom, dito nagsulputan ng sexual revisionism, the gay culture, lesbian. To a point that even people individually will now focus their attention on their belly buttons than to worry about the common good, general welfare. So that's how they were able to kill nascent movements towards a greater, let's say, nationalism, or uh, towards common good, towards productive and progressive thinking. So one way to kill progressive or positive or productive ideas, to create more conflicts, and we're pitted against each other. Like in this, there was earlier discussion on the South China Sea. In the South China Sea issue, I think we can remind we're being uh, pitted in a conflict with the China-US, that, and even the academe, they turn out with books like yung Alison Graham, yung Thucydides Trap, etc., or yung Samuel Huntington's Class of Civilizations. They're making people believe and nations believe that inevitable ang war. But who profits from war? It's the military-industrial complex. Because the more you create war, the more they create markets for their business. So but we can shift that, no? Like in the South China Sea, we can remind China, for one, it's good we don't take sides, no? That's a good and independent foreign policy. We can remind China that to bring back the the productive idea and progressive ideas of Deng Xiaoping, because the Deng Xiaoping formula was that when you have faced with uh, conflicts that are diametrically opposed, let's say socialism, capitalism, na hindi talaga mag-indihan, Deng Xiaoping's formula thinking was this: if we cannot resolve anything today, maybe even generations and generations, let's set aside our conflicts and let's focus on what is doable, time-bound, and mutually beneficial. And if we can do that, I think we can progress more and veer away from the the debilitating and destructive dynamics and intramurals of politics. And another probably lesson from history is uh, the the Westphalian Treaty of 1648. It's a doctrine, no? Before the in 1648, before that Treaty of Westphalia, there was a 30-year war, and before the 30-year war, there was an 80-year war. Talagang Catholics, mga Protestants, Crusaders against the Muslims. I mean, all over Europe, even starting with the 1492, the Inquisition, the Torquemada, etc. I mean, the Westphalia, si Cardinal Mazaran, this he was able to unite something like over a 3-month period, no, 130 trust territories, kingdoms, nation states, etc. No, and to agree on one principle to do the advantage of the others. And if that's what you do to all the rest, you receive the same reciprocity from all the 129 others, something 100, I think, but something like that. No, so because in Europe at that time, Europe is a continent of multiple nations, kingdoms, etc. No, to a point, but they share the same rivers, the same mountains. So what happened prior to that, all over for many centuries, uh, the kingdoms tried to tax each other. Sobra ito isa. So, and they end up warring with each other because trying to overpower the others. That kingdom, let's say, or that state, was trying to extract so much from them. So you don't, because they were squabbling about the share or rights over property or the land or use of sources of resources, the river, etc. No, so but when the Westphalian principle was applied, there was peace throughout the land. And the same Westphalian doctrines and principles are what are enshrined in the United Nations. So, and Roosevelt was one of the, kumbaga, siya ang nag-ano towards the international, and he was, even during the war, after the war, he was against, he had categorical statements against Churchill to stop the colonial, neo-colonial, and to stop the war, etc. So, and Roosevelt was also pushing for building the, in fact, he was able to create something, I forgot the actual figure, but something like uh, 4 million jobs in a month or something like that, no? And by equivalent to today's standards, about 11 million jobs. I mean, what did he do? There were so many programs, and one of the programs which I appreciate was the CC, Civilian something Corps or something, no, that yung mga tambay sa cities, the hobos, the tramps, etc., who were lining up sa food stamps during the Great Depression. What he did, he brought them to concentration camps and trained them, uh, teach them not only literacy, so ABCs and numeracy numbers, but also taught them practical skills from carpentry work, masonry.
Okay, I think I have to cut you
Yeah.
off a bit.
Yeah, okay, sorry, thank you.
We have,
So just those
the people are
principles, the Deng
breaking hands
Xiaoping and the
already.
Westphalian. Thank you.
Yes, we can discuss that, but I think Butch Valdez is also covering that. And let us hear from, but essentially what you said is that the Filipino people can be productive because we're a very skillful people. And we should promote that. So let's hear from Geoffrey Balse. You recognize Geoffrey?
Thank you very much. And in support for what Michael Alunan said, a very eloquent and cogent explanation, I'd say in order to both increase the size of the pie and have a distribution that is just, we need to have a kind of moral compass, maybe even more than a moral compass, maybe a gyroscope, because the only principle that should govern distribution is social justice. But it must be balanced with increasing the pie, which can only be properly achieved through economic efficiency. And economic efficiency and social justice are not incompatible. They're in fact necessary for each other. And let me demonstrate. Economic efficiency doesn't mean maximum profit. It doesn't even mean maximum satisfaction. What economic efficiency would mean when you're looking at a general system, the entire system benefits, everyone, all the stakeholders benefit, and no one is harmed in the process. Stress, no one is harmed. No one is worse off. No one goes from here to there. And we don't mean opportunity. We mean the person's state of existence. That is economic efficiency. Social justice would also mean the same thing, therefore, because social justice means people getting what they worked for. Their wages, just wages. The ability to raise a family with dignity. That is social justice.
Can we recognize Captain Ray Valeros now after that point, Geoffrey? Okay.
All right, thank you. And social justice would further also mean that what society produced through synergy is returned to society.
Yes, Geoffrey, can you yield the floor to Captain Ray Valeros?
Yeah, I'll finish one last point, one last sentence, please. And what we get from nature, we return to it in a better form. All right? So that's all I have to say. I want you all to think that social justice and economic efficiency are not incompatible. They are necessary to each other. Thank you.
Okay, Captain Ray Valeros, go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Hill. Nakalimutan ko kanina. May tanong tayo. Dahil ayaw nating masayang yung effort, we don't want all your effort to be put on waste. May tatlo lang tayong issue na gustong erase up para alam ko malaking contribution yung ginagawa niyong paghimay. I already raised this issue through our military. Number one is the security threat. In line dun sa ating vaccination dahil marami na talagang nabakunahan ng mga military natin na unti-unting nagkasakit. The very same way dun sa ating police force. So yun yung unang issue na sana matakil ninyo dyan sa ating shadow government. Pangalawa is yung intellectual dishonesty. Dahil hindi nila sinabi yung laman ng lahat ng bakuna at yung adverse side effect. Ngayon pa lang lumalabas ito, ngayon pa lang nila nalalaman. So meron ng intellectual dishonesty yung ginawa ng executive branch through DOH. At ang pangatlo na napaka-importante is yung crimes against humanity. Dahil alam natin wala namang indemnity na nakukuha yung mga naturukan at hindi sila na-provide ng indemnity clause. Ang binigyan is yung mga manufacturer nito at saka yung tumuturok. So sila yung immune sa anumang litigation. So yung tatlo na yan, kung dyan tayo magpo-focus, palagay ko dyan magbo-boil down yung ating isinusulong na shadow government. At ang pang-apat nakalimutan ko at napaka-importante na lagi mong dinidiscuss, Brother Hill, yung restructuring ng ating COMELEC. Yan ang malaking bagay talaga kasi kahit anong gawin natin at ito pa yung nakuha natin na information, alam niyo na rin naman yan, na baka mag-push ng parliamentary form of government ang ating kasalukuyang gobyerno ngayon. Somewhere ngayong pagpasok ng August up to the last quarter. So yun yung inaabangan natin at gusto natin na maharang at hinihintay na lang natin ng mga abogado natin na mag-file sila ng o maaprubahan yung sinusulong nila na forced mass vaccination at haharangin talaga natin yan. Hindi pa natin maharang sa korte dahil hindi pa naman siya nagiging batas. So doon nakaabang yung ating mga abogado kasi yun yung battleground natin eh. At talagang sinundan ko, Brother Hill, yung una natin pag-uusap. At yan ang dinidiscuss ko ng malalim sa ating mga abogado. Yung restructuring ng COMELEC. Dahil anumang gawin natin at ipupus pa na rin nila yan, election kahit sinong tumakbo. Talagang nakita namin yung figure, hinimay namin yung binigay mo. Talagang napaka-imposibleng manalo yung mga kalaban at ang mananalo talaga is yung nasa poder ngayon. So yun yung mga importanteng issue na sana matakil natin dahil sinundan ko lahat ng creation ng department organization na meron na yung shadow government. Talagang leaning wall. Kapag ka merong nanindigan na isang presidente at sasabihin niya na kaya, yan tinayo natin na pinaghirapan ninyo na itayong shadow government. Yan ang magiging leaning wall talaga. Kung babalikan natin yung 1899 Constitution, matibay talaga kasi sa tao nang galing. And alam rin ni Brother Hill yan, yung malalim niya na paghihimay at kaisipan, pwede yung tao, by virtue ng ating Constitution, pwede naman yung tao ang magtayo talaga. At kung maninindigan ng isang presidentiable or kahit hindi presidentiable at siyang gugustuhin ng tao na mag-lead sa atin, walang magagawa ang power ng gobyerno na meron ngayon, lalo na ibaback up ito ng ating militar. At nandyan tayo nakapokus sa direksyon na yan para hindi masayang lahat at wala tayong sawang nakikipag-usap sa kanila na magising sila. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo doon sa ating mga programa, sa Gising Maharlika, sa KDP, anong binabanggit natin? Doon tayo lagi nakapokus na buksan natin ang kaisipan ng ating mga military at kapulisan na hindi sila magamit sa isang malawakan na political scheme na naman. At nakaback up rito, alam natin lahat ang oligarko. So doon tayo nakapokus. And sayang lang, Brother Hill, alam ko naka-attend ka nung ating Zoom conference sa PNP Legal Department. Bakit naging hakbang natin yan? Nailapit natin yung puso ng mamamayan sa PNP Legal Department. Kasi sila yung backbone. Bawat may pagkilos tayo sa kalsada, sila yung kaharap natin at sila yung katunggali natin at nagpapalitan tayo ng malayang kuro-kuro. Bakit natin ginagawa yan? So ang sulat natin is nakadirekta kay PNP Chief General Guillermo Ilesar. At magkakaroon rin tayo ng Zoom conference sa ating mahal na AFP Chief of Staff. So patuloy yung pagkikipag-usap natin sa leadership ng kasundaluhan natin at kapulisan dahil yun talaga ang magiging turnkey. Alam nyo sa lahat na nandito bakit ginagawa ko yan? Dahil na rin sa recommendation at suggestion ni Brother Hill. Hindi ako umalis ng focus dyan. Simula nang nag-usap kami, yan talaga ang tinutukan ko ng malalim dahil yan ang magiging turnkey kapag ka nagsanib ang kaisipan at ang pagiging patriotiko at pagiging noble ng bawat Pilipino at ng iba natin na nasa serbisyo, ang kapulisan at ang kasundaluhan natin. Yan ang laging nasa isipan at puso ko. Yung ibang bagay, darating tayo ron, yung West Philippine Sea, malalim na pinag-uusapan. Naging parte rin tayo dyan. Patuloy kaming nag-uusap ni Tony Carpio dyan. Ilang beses na kami sa UP Law Center. Maraming hindi nakakaalam. Hindi China ang pinakamaraming nakugkub na isla dyan, kundi Vietnam. At lahat ng argumento, ng dispute sa economic zone, lahat kahit i-research ninyo, is nasolusyonan yan sa bilateral agreement. Sa pag-uusap ng dalawang parte, nag-aagawan dyan o ng tatlong parte. So malalim yan, susunod na issue yan at yung natutuwa ako pag binabanggit nyo yung West Philippine Sea, yung deposit niya ng gas, natural gas at petroleum dahil for the information of everybody, I work in the petroleum business for the last 32 years of my life. Nagtrabaho ako sa Shell Petroleum, nag-operate ako sa international fleet na malalaking petroleum tanker. So, nandiyan talaga yung puso natin. And ang deuterium, yan ang malalim na mag-aahon sa atin sa kahirapan. Bakit ayaw nilang i-develop yan? Bawat presidente. Pag upo ng bawat presidente, lahat ng oil majors, nagbibigay na kagad sa mga presidente na huwag i-develop yan. Dahil gigibain yan ang petroleum industry. Lalo na ngayon, scarce na ang black product. So yung mga bagay na yan, susunod yan kapag nanalo na tayo. Paano tayo mananalo? Isang bagay na pinagpapasalamat ko kay Brother Hill mula sa aking puso, iminulat niya ako sa kaisipan. Nagsimula kami ng usapin sa COMELEC. Yan ang diniscuss ko sa mga abogado. At yan rin ang dinidiscuss ko sa mga sundalo natin at kapulisan ngayon. So nandun tayo nakapokus sa direksyon na yun para hindi masayang yung shadow government na ginawa natin. Yung ginawa ninyo, yung effort ni Brother Hill. Lahat ng nandito. So doon tayo mag-focus. Ang kailangan natin is prioritizing kung ano ba ang nararapat sa ngayon. So magkakaroon tayo ng malawakang pakikipag-usap sa ating Armed Forces of the Philippines. So sana maka-attend lahat ng nandito sa usapin doon dahil doon yung makikita kung ano yung stand ng ating military sa nangyayari sa bansa natin ngayon. Alam ko nung nag-usap kami nila Police Captain Christian Asuma representing the PNP Legal Department under Police Captain Suarez, may direktiba na si PNP Guillermo Ilazar na kausapin ang mga mamamayan. Alamin kung ano yung nasa puso nila, nasa kaisipan sa nangyayari sa ngayon. At ako naniniwala na si PNP Chief Guillermo Ilazar is magkakaisang batch kami niyan sa 3 academy, is God-seated siya. God-given siya. Kasi open siya makipag-usap sa mga mamamayan, sa mga ordinaryong mga citizen kagaya natin. So, Brother Hill, ako talaga paulit-ulit kung sasabihin sa'yo, taus-puso yung pasasalamat ko sa'yo sa pagbubukas mo sa kaisipan ng malalim tungkol dyan sa ating 1899 Constitution, tungkol dyan sa talagang malalim na anomalya sa COMELEC na hanggat hindi natin na-overhaul yan, kailangan burahin ang database ng COMELEC. Totally erase. At magrehistro ang mga mamamayan, mabilis naman yan through the technology that we have now. Mabilis yan. Pwede natin gawin yan in a matter of months. Kung ma-activate yung ating platform na ginagamit rin ng karamihang kumpanya ngayon sa mga survey. So yan ang kailangan at kailangang ibalik ang timon ng COMELEC sa ating militar, sa matitinong religious leader at sa common tao, sa mga mamamayan. Yan po ang una nating priority. Nakikita nila na ang election is baka hindi matuloy dahil gagamitin nilang decoy itong nangyayari na pandemic ngayon. Ito yung sinasabi natin na malalim na kailangan nating aksyonan ng sama-sama. Iba man tayo ng tinatahak na proseso, pero iisa naman talaga yung goal nating lahat na maibalik sa mamamayan ang gobyerno, ang totoong gobyerno at tayo ang magtimon. Hindi yung mga inupo natin, ibinoto natin at nung nakaupo na sila, nagdidesisyon sila na hindi tayo kasama. Yun ang malaking kamalian. So kung ibinoto natin sila at nakaupo sila, pwede rin natin silang tanggalin. Kung sama-sama tayo. Dahil they are all working sa pleasure ng mga mamamayan. Yan ang katotohanan. Nilagay natin sila para i-represent tayo, para suportahan tayo at iligtas tayo kapag ganitong may nangyayari. Hindi para kontrolin tayo. And si President Duterte, matalino yan. He is a gambit player. At napakagaling niya mag-mindsetting. Tinitrigger niya lahat. At abogado yan. Alam niya hindi niya pwedeng gawin mandatory ang vaccination. So anong ginagawa niya? Iniutos niya lang ang utos ng DOH, pinapa-implement niya through a memorandum lang. At ang memorandum, ibinababa ng AITF sa LGU. At mayroon tayong local government code. Pwedeng tanggihan niya ng local government kung inaakala nila maka-apekto sa ekonomiya nila yan at sa kabuhayan ng nasasakupan nila. Yan ang stand ni Gwen Garcia. Kaya hindi siya pwedeng pasukan ng national. Alam niya yung local government code na nakreate ni ex-Senate President Nene Pimentel. So yan yung mga sinusundan natin na argumento. At tayo, sinasabi natin paulit-ulit, handa na tayong mamatay sa laban na ito.
Thank you very much, Captain Balaro.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, Brother.
I have to announce that the arrival of our privileged speaker, Attorney Melchor Magdamo. So we will suspend discussion of the other things we raised here because he has limited time. He has to attend to another meeting. So let us welcome Attorney Magdamo. And he will talk to us about concerns that will also affect what we have discussed. He will discuss the way we can implement the Constitution through a volcanic eruption. His topic is the coming constitutional volcano. Attorney Melchor Magdamo, you have the floor. You have to unmute, Attorney Melchor. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do I just go straight presenting? Will I share a screen? Or
go ahead now. You can. Attorney Melchor Magdamo was formerly with the COMELEC, and he is one of the leaders of those proposing the hibernation of the 1899 Constitution. Go ahead, Attorney Melchor Magdamo.
May I share screen? Oh, wait.
Naka-live tayo. Pwede mo i-share doon mamaya sa live.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sige. Hello, kita niya na?
Oo. Very clear.
Wait.
We can see it now, Melchor.
It says here, Hulika 7, which stands for 1892 Julio Ika-7, founding date of the Katipunan, led by a collective teamwork of 7 patriots. Mamaya na tayo mag-1899, mag-1892 muna. Kasi before 1899, there was around 7 years incubation period. 1892 Julio Ika-7 or Huli Ika-7 was the date when Jose Rizal was captured. And then the patriots at that time, they were not aware, they were not sure what will happen to Jose Rizal, if the authorities were planning to salvage him or what. So there was an emergency meeting at that time. And then the group, the Liga Filipina and many other groups, they held an emergency meeting and they selected among themselves the 7 best patriots. I mean, in the meantime, and that's the concept of the Huli Ka-7, and that became the Kataas-Taasan Kagalang-Galang Katipunan, or KKK, or Katipunan for short. So, jump forward, no? 124 years. No? A constitutional volcano dormant for 124 years will soon erupt. No? That 124, I just recompute that. I don't know. Just say soon. No? After a century or around, because this one I don't know. You subtract year 2021 to year 1899. It's roughly, I think, 123 or 124. Anyway, a constitutional volcano dormant for more than a century will soon erupt. And as you can see, can you see in the picture? That's a volcanic eruption. That's Taal there actually. And then at the lower right corner, you see a Constitution Politica de República Filipina, which is the 1899 Constitution. Now, this is I made the slides last year. That's why you see the year 2020 vision. This was the speech of President Duterte last year in Malabon, January 29 to be exact. No? 98% poor tayo. 2% billion nasa kamay ng iilan na tao lang. Gusto ko sana revolusyon. Takot kayo o kaya ninyo? Well, that was more than a year ago. That was before COVID. And at that time, the mind of President Duterte seems to be more normal at that time. It may be different now, no? But anyway, that's the idea, no? Just a background there, no? And here you see a picture of Uncle Sam. Anyway, let's go back to year 1957. On March 17, to be exact, around 1 a.m. in the province of Cebu, Municipality of Balamban, Barangay Sunog, Mount Manunggal, Philippine President Ramon Del Fierro Magsaysay, together with 26 other top officials, died in a plane crash shortly after takeoff. In the picture, you can see President Duterte in Japan, suffering and pain. And perhaps until now, he is suffering not just physically, but also perhaps mentally because of the Sinovac that was injected in him. Now, if assassination or ill health befalls President Duterte before 2022, Then Leni Robredo becomes the president under the 1987 oligarch constitution. Constitutional problem calls for constitutional solution. We have a constitutional solution. The original constitution of our ancestors is still alive today. If Blanc kills Duterte, either an assassin or the effect of the vaccine that was injected in him, then Leni Robredo becomes president under the 1987 oligarch constitution. However, she will be meeting 7 best public servants establishing a resurrection government under the 1899 Saligang Batas. This is what I call anchor, which means ancestral honor recognition. We honor our ancestors. We recognize that we have an 1899 constitution, and that is the idea behind this. The original Katipunan government was collective, led by 7 persons, not by a single dictator. That's why in the founding of the Katipunan in year 1892, the leadership was council type. There was no single dictator. It was council type, led by 7 persons. And then here we have those 7. Jose Rizal in the far left that you see, he was already captured. They were not aware he was dragged to Dapitan, which is in Mindanao. So the president, at that time, the president was Deodato Arellano, not Andres Bonifacio. But you know, in the collective leadership, they don't mind who is the president, who is the vice, who is the prime minister, because it is collective. They are all equal. They are all equal, no? And they are not conscious about who is a superstar up there. So you have there Teodoro Plata, Ladislao Diwa, Jose Dizon, Valentin Diaz, Romeo Basa, and they were using names different. They were not using their own names. Like for example, Andres Bonifacio was using the name May Pag-asa, and then there was somebody else using the name Liwanag. And then somebody else is using the name Kapayapaan, Kaunlaran, Kalusugan, or they were using virtues as names. Our original teamwork leadership became one-man dictatorship under Emilio Aguinaldo. On year 1897, December 14, biyak na bato. The president was Emilio Aguinaldo. His vice president was Mariano Trias. The war secretary was Emiliano Rigos de Dios. The exterior secretary was Antonio Montenegro. Interior secretary was Isabelo Artacho. The treasurer was Baldomero Aguinaldo. So the structure of the organization became vertical rather than horizontal, with Aguinaldo as dictator. And here we see Independence Day, 1898, June 12 at Kawit, Cavite, Aguinaldo declaring independence. However, there are federal regencies in Visayas that follow collective leadership instead of one-man dictatorship. One of which is in Iloilo. In Iloilo, they declared also independence on 1898, October 28, in Santa Barbara, Iloilo, led by President Martin Delgado. In fact, if you go to Santa Barbara today, you will see a flagpole there that is as tall as the flagpole in Luneta. And that is to emphasize mutual respect with cantons or federal regencies in Visayas. By the way, even the word cantons was used in Bohol. Bohol, canton is a Swiss word, a word. It came from Switzerland. And yet there are relics there where you will see the word canton was used to describe the government in Bohol. Bohol and then also in Cebu, and there was also in Negros. In Negros on 1898 November 5, it was declared Independence Day in Negros, led by one General Aniceto Lacson and one Anacleto Araneta. They recognize also as Aguinaldo as co-equal, and also in Iloilo they recognize Delgado as co-equal. In fact, even today we have a Republic Act that recognizes the Negros Republic, Republic Act 6709, enacted on February 10, 1989, during the time of Cory, an act declaring November 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Negros Occidental. Now, the 1898 Parliament in Barasuin, Malolos, there was already an 1898 Parliament which led to the 1899 Constitution. The 1898 Parliament promulgated the 1899 Constitution, restoring the teamwork of the 7 best public servants known as Government Council in the executive branch of government. By the way, in that Parliament, the 1898 Parliament, we have Parliament members from Sabah, which Malaysia grabbed from us. We also have Parliament members from Guam, because Guam is part of the Philippines. So in that 89 Parliament, which voted to ratify the 1899 Constitution, the leadership became collective again, no longer a single dictatorship by Emilio Aguinaldo, but a collective leadership with Aguinaldo there on top, but there is a government council consisting of the 7 best public servants. And there you see there a picture of the church in Malolos, in Barasuin, and the building in the right side is the Congress of the Philippines. By the way, just a footnote, just yesterday or 2 days ago, Senator Lacson and Senator Soto were there. You saw pictures of them praying there in that church, and then they went to that building, the Congress building beside it. What was that all about? I do not know. There you see a picture of the inside Barasuin Church during the promulgation of the 1899 Constitution. You see there Emilio Aguinaldo, then behind him are the government council members. So on the picture you can see right now, Constitution Política de la República Filipina promulgada el día 22 de enero de 1899, Islas Filipinas. That is the actual copy in the picture. No? And it was published in the El Heraldo de la Revolución, Official Constitution Política. This is a major newspaper in Europe at that time, in Spain. It was published in Europe. And in the picture you see, I'm using here millennial English language to describe the organizational structure of the government under the 1899 Constitution. It's more French actually rather than Spanish. It is copied from Costa Rica, which in turn was copied from France. That's why you see a president on top. There's a vice president. There's a prime minister, and you see there's SARS, which is, I'm using millennial English because it was written in Spanish. Then there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the government council. Then the cabinet ministers are under the government council. Then there's a Senate, by the way, but they use the word permanent commission to describe the Senate. And there are parliament members. I have a list of 196, but Ding Generoso says the total is 210, according to Ding Generoso. Then came imperialism and other isms. You see there United States, Japan, China. And then in the Philippine-American War, which was declared 12 days after the 1899 Constitution took effect on January 23. Just 12 days later, February 4, was the start of the Phil-Am War, and resulting to genocide, by the way, genocide of Filipinos, Americans massacring Filipinos. Now, let's jump to year 1935. You see in the picture there, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and beside on the right side of President Roosevelt is War Secretary George Henry Dern. And then outside the table, in the far right, you see Manuel Luis Quezon, President of the Philippines. The one signing the 1935 Constitution were Americans, the American President and the War Secretary. And then our President, Manuel Luis Quezon, he was merely an observer. The 1935 Constitution signatories were the American President and American War Secretary, while our President, Manuel Luis Quezon, was merely a photo bomber. So this is important. The 1935 Constitution forgot to repeal the 1899 Constitution. You try to go over all versions of the 1935 Constitution, they forgot to repeal the 1899 Constitution, which means the 1899 Constitution is still alive today. And then all subsequent constitutions forgot to repeal the 1899 Constitution. That includes the 1943 Mickey Mouse Constitution during the Japanese occupation. That includes the 1973 Constitution during Marcos' time. That includes the 1986 Constitution after EDSA, and then the 1987 Constitution that we are using today. The 1943 Constitution was written during the time when House Speaker Benigno Simeon Aquino Sr., father of Benigno Ninoy Aquino Jr., led the kapisanan ng mga paglingkod ng bagong Pilipinas o Kalibapi and promulgation of a Japanese Mickey Mouse Constitution. Now we jump fast forward to 1973. That was the Marcos Constitution, which was ratified via citizen assemblies. Both 1943 Constitution and 1973 Constitution forgot to repeal the 1899 Constitution. Then let's jump to year 1986, February 23, Sunday, 3 p.m. at Ortigas. That is the People Power. That is a tank that you see on the right side. Then there's people pushing, the one wearing white t-shirt. I am that one. That is me at the age of 20, pushing the tank. Nagmatigas sa Ortigas para maligtas ang EDSA because the actual confrontation was actually in Ortigas, not in EDSA. The tanks never reached EDSA. Then you see here, when Marcos was abducted from Malacanang, and then they landed him in Guam. And that's you see President Marcos there in Guam. And then there was also a RevGov, that was a RevGov actually, with Cory-style RevGov, but inspired by the United States. That's why you see the United States flag on top of the Philippine flag, President Reagan and accompanying President Cory. Then President Cory appointed 50 commissioners to the 1986 Constitutional Commission, which drafted the 1987 Constitution. However, if you look at the 1987 Constitution, look at the transitory provisions, you see in the section, in the transitory provisions of the 1987 Constitution, they use the word amend, repeal, revoke to do away with all the previous provisions that are not consistent with the 1987 Constitution. However, when referring to a previous constitution, they did not use the word amend, repeal, or revoke. They use a soft word, supersede. The 1987 transitory provisions were cherry-picking provisions to let profitable provisions remain effective for as long as possible while targeting provisions creditable to Marcos. supersede was a cherry-picking verb in the context of the 1987 transitory provisions. The reason here is because there are many good points, there are many beneficial provisions in the 1973 Constitution which could still remain good in 1987. But what the 1987 did is to cherry-pick those provisions that will make Marcos look good. So they use the soft verb, supersede. What does supersede mean? Supersede or sede, which means to sit or to sit over. In all other parallel provisions, they use the word amend, revise, repeal, revoke. How come? Why suddenly downshift to the soft verb or supersede? While all the previous verbs in the same context in the transitory provisions use the word amend, revise, repeal, revoke. Now, what you see there are chairs. The chairs on top supersede the chairs below. That is the meaning of supersede. Did the upper chairs amend, revise, repeal, revoke the lower chairs? Now, here's another, perhaps the most vivid illustration of supersede. Supersede, to sit over. There you see the face of President Duterte. He was not yet a president at that time. He was still campaigning for the presidency. And there was a lady who superseded him. Did the lady amend, revise, repeal, revoke the man? Or did the man become more super rather than dead? The lady may even end up with a seed of the man if she continues to supersede the man. Well, anyway, you have here. Maybe I will use the PowerPoint because I was using PDF. In that slides, it's better to use PowerPoint. Can you see? Now, this was the previous slide. Now we go to the next. Then you see here, can you see a nipahat over there symbolizing the 1899 Constitution? Then came the 1935, 1943, 1973, 1986, and 1987 constitutions, which crumbled in an earthquake. If you crumble the ground floor, everything above it crumbles too. Unlike the 1899 Constitution, it's just a nipahat, but it won't crumble on an earthquake. That's why the word supersede can only reach as far as the 1935 Constitution, but not the 1899 Constitution, because the 1899 Constitution was never the ground floor of foreign impositions. All the constitutions from 1935 to 1987 are foreign impositions. If the ground floor crumbles, which is the 1935 Constitution, all floors above it will crumble, just like an earthquake building. So perhaps you go ahead, no? That's why this is one of the initiatives, the Barasuwain Restart, the Barangay Solidarity Initiative. Now let me jump back to PDF, no? The Barasuwain Restart is the Barangay Solidarity Initiative reviving sovereignty to achieve real transformation. This is a people initiative that hopefully will launch this October of this year. Now, this is describing the contents of the 1899 Constitution. It is French style. The executive department is French style. The Congress is parliamentary. It is also hybrid federalism style Switzerland via popular assembly, and a simple majority for constituent assembly. The members of parliament can sit as a constituent assembly. If this shadow government that Gil Ramos is pursuing right now will become the constituent assembly, the parliament of the 1899 Constitution, then it can rewrite the Constitution for the 2022 Constitution, and it needs only a simple majority to pass the 2022 Constitution. The original Constitution is parliamentary and hybrid federal. The original Constitution has its own constitutional court, by the way, which is not inferior to the 1987 Supreme Court, which means we will not ask permission from the 1987 Supreme Court. We will not ask, because the 1899 Constitution has its own Supreme Court. So if we launch a RevGov under the 1899 Constitution, we must be ready with our own Supreme Court, which is not inferior to the 1987 Supreme Court. Now, this Sunflower is a movie about a soldier who was sent to battle and later forgot his wife after traumatic war shock. We, the Filipino people, are in a similar situation. We forgot our original 1899 Constitution after traumatic war shocks. I included this to appeal to some of our members who are, especially our lady followers who love movies, and if they know the Sunflower movie, it's about it's a drama. It's about war shock, and when you encounter war shock, it's you forget what happened, and we, the Filipino people, we forgot about the 1899 Constitution because we underwent so many traumatic war shocks. Ancestral honor recognition recognizes the historical fact and legal correctness that the 1899 Constitution is still alive until now. The subsequent constitutions are merely foreign impositions by colonizers. We forgot our original 1899 Constitution because of traumatic war shocks. Duterte can achieve the same result of RevGov by simply ancestral honor recognition, or ANCHOR, shocking oligarchs into waking up to the truth that the Filipino people has an earlier subsisting marriage with the 1899 Saligang Batas. The second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth shotgun weddings with the 1935 and 1943 and 1973 and 1986 and 1987 oligarch nuts are bigamous and trigamous and quadrigamous and pentagamous and hexagamous bastard affairs that we are presently tied into. Duterte or whoever can untie the knot by simple ancestral honor recognition, or ANCHOR for short, on which he or we recognize the 1899 Saligang Batas, under which he and or a government of 7 best public servants shall establish an entirely brand new government that peacefully will coexist with vestiges of the 1987 Constitution while gradually phasing out the 1987 Constitution. Article 73 of the 1899 Constitution requires establishment of a government council consisting of the 7 best public servants. Now, the question now is, who are the 7 best public servants today? We must identify these 7 today because they will be our council leaders in case, let's say, for example, the Sinovac or Sinopharm vaccine affects the health and the mind of President Duterte, and President Duterte does not make it next year, then we need the 7 to lead us in a resurrection government. If assassination or ill health befalls President Duterte before 2022, then Leni Robredo becomes president under the 1987 oligarch constitution. A resurrection government led by the council of the 7 best under the original 1899 Philippine Constitution posed a serious challenge to the Queen of the 1987 Charter. The question now is, who are the 7 best public servants who will be our modern day Katipuneros? And those pictures here, well, that is a subject to debate. Don't believe those pictures there. We can arrive on another consensus. Those are just some of the suggestions of Gil Ramos. If you can change that, this is subject to open discussion. So, meantime, I will be ready for question and answer. This is the end of my slide. Can we return back to Zoom? Hello.
Yes, we can do that now. And
Can you
so
go up to Zoom?
you can stop sharing, Melchor, and then your screen will disappear and will go back to normal.
Ayun.
Okay, now I will yield the chair to Speaker Bienvenido Lorque, because I would like to get involved in interpretation from the floor. Bien Lorque, can you take the speaker's chair now? Thank you very much, Bien. Where's Ben? Ben Lorque, you are now the speaker. You wield the gavel. So you conduct the meeting now, and the interpellation phase of the meeting begins with questions for Attorney Melchor Magdamo in his privileged speech. Unmute yourself, Ben, and you take over.
Good morning, everyone. Any comment on Attorney Magdamo's slide?
I think Carlo AY has raised his hands from the beginning, so maybe you can start with him.
Okay, Carlo AY, you are recognized. Please unmute. Mr. Carlo AY, you are recognized.
Okay. May I suggest that may I ask the question to Attorney Melchor Magdamo? Anong kahalagaan, what will be the impact of this for our nation and for the future of our children? Attorney Melchor.
Attorney Melchor, can you please unmute? Yeah, okay.
Ali, the question is, ano ang kahalagaan nito?
What will be the impact? What will be the impact of this for our nation and for our youth?
The impact is good because if you analyze the 1899 Constitution, you ask me, personally, it's better Constitution. It's better than the 1987 Constitution. It is we immediately achieve parliamentary form of government, which is superior over presidential form of government. We instantly achieve hybrid federal form of government, which is superior than our present form of government.
Okay. Capri, if you have questions, please go ahead.
Capre, are you still here? Please unmute. Captain Ray Baleros. Okay, thanks.
Yes, actually wala naman akong question. Napakaganda nung present ni Attorney Melchor Magdamo. At napakaklaro kung sa ating susundan kung saan talaga tayo magsisimula ng ating pakikipaglaban sa struggle na ito. So ang akin lang manifestation base doon sa present ni Attorney Melchor, itong group natin, where do we go from here? Saan tayo patungo? Saan ang magandang direksyon na magiging consonance and cadence yung shadow government sa ipinapakipaglaban ng ibang grupo na iisa lang naman ang direksyon at iisa ang goal. Salamat, Attorney Melchor.
May I answer?
Okay.
Ituloy lang natin itong parliament na to, yung shadow parliament na ginagawa natin. If we can achieve at least 1-to-1 ratio with the existing Congress, halimbawa kada isang congressman meron tayo, kada senator meron tayo, parang shadow parallel mirror government. And then kung mapipili na natin yung 7 best public servants natin na if ever something happens, because anything can happen. Look at President Duterte, how he's talking. Look at his mind. If not his body, look at his mind. Something's wrong with him. He can conk out anytime now.
Yes, correct.
We must get ready with our seven best public servants.
Okay, maraming salamat, Attorney Melchor. May mga sektor kasi tayo na sinusundan na sa aking pananaw lang, kung ang iupuri natin is yung mga current na nakaupong politiko ngayon, wag na lang. So I'd rather choose na mga baguhan, kagaya mo, Attorney Melchor, kagaya ni Hill, kagaya ni Bien, kagaya ng ibang ordinaryong tao na subukan naman natin. Bakit ko nasabi ito? Ang nawawala sa mga politiko natin ngayon is yung salitang prioritizing. Hindi nila alam ang priority. Ang dami nilang gustong marating, ang dami nilang gustong pag-usapan, ang dami nilang gustong gawin. Pero yung priority, yung hierarchy ng pangangailangan ng taong bayan, wala sa kaisipan nila. So ang kailangan nating resolbahin ngayon is itong nangyayari ngayon na epidemic dito sa bansa natin at pandemic sa buong mundo. Dito na lang sa bansa natin mag-concentrate tayo. So walang makakapag-contest at walang makakapag-sabi kahit sa korte, alam mo yan, Attorney Melchor, na may nangyayaring mali sa ginagawa ng DOH at FDA. Maliwanag yan. So that must be the priority. Gibain natin yan. Bakit ko sinasabi yan? Ang ugat ng lahat ng nararanasan ng Pilipino sa ngayon is ang RT-PCR. Yan ang gusto nating gibayin. At bakit dinider ko lagi si Pangulong Duterte sa bawat panawagan ko? Siya lang ang solusyon. Abogado siya. Alam niya ang legalities ng lahat. Pero naging sunod-sunuran siya sa sinasabi ng DOH. And this is our priority dahil damay na rito ang ating kapulisan at kasundaluhan. Sila yung ginawang guinea pig. At alam natin na kung ito is tama yung sinasabi ng iba at kung sinasabi naman ng DOH na conspiracy theorist tayo, go ahead. In court. Yun ang gusto nating maranasan. Demand na ang bakuna is delikado. Ito yung priority natin ngayon eh. Ano man ang gawin natin at lahat tayo nagkasakit na, lahat tayo naturukan na, at after a year, naging dengbak siya parto to, ano pang ipupus natin na pagbabago sa bansa natin kung lahat tayo nagkasakit na? Kung ang kapulisan natin at kasundaluhan is ginupunan ng karamdaman ng dahil sa bakuna, that will be a major internal and external security threat. Yun ang hinahanap natin. Kaya sa pananaw ko lang, yan ang laging panawagan ko. Kung ang iuupo lang natin sa gobyerno natin ngayon is yung mga nakatayo ngayong politiko, magbanggit na kayo ng pangalan, they are useless. Garbage silang lahat. It will be the same banana. I rather bank on the likes of Attorney Melchor. I rather bank on the likes of Bien Lorque, kay Hill, kay Professor Butch Valdez ng KDP. Those personalities are worth trying kapag sila ang inupo natin. Dahil isa-isahin man natin sila, lahat sila nakatie up sa mga oligarko. And that is a common knowledge sa lahat ng mga Pilipino na nag-a-analyze. Ito yung time, ito yung generation na kailangan mag-alatsamba na, kung yun ang tamang word, sa mga totoong tao na may puso para sa bayan. So yun lang ang suggestion ko. Why not our shadow Congress raise leaders na hindi trapo, na hindi naging politiko kahit kailan. Dahil para malaman na nilang nakaupo na hindi sila Diyos. Si Duterte, panawagan ko, hindi ka Diyos, Duterte. Mga senador natin, hindi kayo Diyos. Mga congressman, hindi kayo Diyos. Binoto kayo ng tao, binoto namin kayo para protektahan nyo ang taong bayan kapag ganitong may nangyayari, hindi para kontrolin. At kung taong bayan ang nag-upo sa inyo, tama si Attorney Melchor, pwede rin taong bayan ang magtanggal sa inyo by the virtue of our 1899 Constitution. It's about time na tumayo ang tao. Kasi kung hindi natin i-assert yung right, kung hindi natin hihingin, hindi nila ibibigay. Definitely, they will not do that. Kung tatayo tayong lahat at hihingiin natin, kami na ang mamamahala, kami ang mag-a-appoint, it will happen with the backup of our military. Yan ang direksyon na gusto natin. Kasi nagpapaikot-ikot lang tayo ng mga usapin, pinapaikot-ikot lang tayo ng mga politiko na ito, pero lahat sila, anong pronouncement nila? Ito tanong ko bago ko magtapos. Kasagsagan ng COVID last year, February, March, nagrekomenda tayo na i-isolate ang mga na-infect sa isang isla lang. That is directly to our executive branch. Para yun lang ang na-isolate at hindi na lockdown ang buong bansa. Maraming gamot na ginawa ng magagaling na Filipino doctors. Bakit hindi nila sinuportahan? Bakit? Mahal natin ang mga transgender. Pero bakit gagawin ko tong ehemplo? Pumasok sa isang mall, sa CR ng babae. Kinaumagahan, Senate hearing kagad. Ito, gamot ng sambayanan, nagawa ng Pilipino. Ni isa walang nagkandak ng hearing. Ilan ang congressman natin? Ngayon lang, nagpapasalamat tayo sa kaibigan natin, kay Congressman Mike Defensor, kay Congressman Marcoleta. At gumalaw na ang legislative natin sa priority na gusto ng taong bayan. Pero ang Senado, wala pa. At tayo nagdadasal, baka pagbalik ni Senator Manny Pacquiao, magkandak rin siya ng inquiry sa Senado. Parallel sa ginagawa sa Congress. So, kung walang nakikitang nagtatama ng mga kamalian sa executive branch, na dapat is sine-check and balance ng legislative at ng ating judicial branch, asahan nyo ang taong bayan sa kalsada. Asahan nyo yung kagaya natin na handang mamatay para matigil na ang anomalyang nangyayari sa gobyerno natin. Sabi nga ni Ping Lacson, i-elect nyo yung mga Duterte. Magkakaroon lang kayo ng more of the same. Rather than try a new one and get a new scheme ng solusyon na pwede nating gawin sa ngayon. Niloloko lang tayo nila. Actually, pumunta ka ng Davao, sikat pa ba mga Duterte sa Davao? Kalahati na, biyak na sila. It is only the mainstream media na nagkakandak ng mileage na sisikat pa rin sila. Sa ground, magtanong sila, sa mga Islam area na nakaranas ng paghihirap, mga nagutom na wala ng trabaho, sikat pa ba sila? Wala nang sikat sa ground ng mga politiko ngayon. That is the reality. And nagpapasalamat talaga ako at mayroon tayong isang magiting na abogado na nandito sa ngayon. Sa shadow government natin. Dahil leaning wall natin ito. When the going gets tough, it will be blooded. Madugo ito. Sinasabi ko na sa inyo. And para may leaning wall tayo, sino ba ang magpapatakbo ng gobyerno natin? We will go to our shadow government. Nakahanda na. At ang gusto lang natin, yung matibay na leader sa bawat departamento na ang suggestion natin, kubi, bien lorke. Dahil bakit? Profesyon yan. Expert sa field na yan. At ganun din sa ibang sangay. At mga bagong pangalan. Hindi lahat ng nakaupo sa gobyerno natin is may puso at may isip. Karamihan dyan nakikita natin. Hindi naman natin nila lahat. Pero maliwanag, masakit sabihin. Bobo rin lahat na nakaupo sa gobyerno. Hindi lahat may utak. Ang masakit, majority sa kanila walang puso. Kasi kung may puso, maninindigan sila sa nangyayari ngayon. Ang ibang bansa, nanalo na. Ang United States, lahat ng state nila ron, open na. Balik na sila sa normal. Sa Europe. Pero bakit tayo ngayon pilit na ginigipit? Bago magtapos itong sabihin ko sa inyong kaisipan, sa buong bansa, bakit tayo lang ang nagpapatupad ng face shield? Dahil sa negosyo. Wala bang matinong congressman at senador ang nagtanong, teka lang, sino ba nagpatupad ng face shield? World Health Organization ba? Kung sasabihin ng DOH, FDA, World Health Organization po ang nagpapatupad niyan, bakit ang ibang bansa na membro ng World Health Organization hindi naman nagpatupad niyan? May nag-question ba sa national government? Sa local government, may nag-question ba? Mga mamamayan ang nagque-question. Kaya yung nagsasabi na gumawa pa silang batas na kapag raw mayroong conspiracy theories naninira sa bakuna, naninira sa protocol, idedemanda nila, go ahead, make our day. Yan ang hinihintay namin. Bakit? To destroy the culprit of all this chaos. Ano yung culprit? Yung RT-PCR. I-test nyo rin yan sa mga halaman. I-test nyo sa mga prutas. Tignan nyo kung magpa-positive. Ano pa yung isang culprit? Ang database. Database ng mga namatay dahil sa COVID. Lahat yan po ginawa nila. Yan ang gusto nating maimbestigan para lumabas yung totoong database. Nasaan na yung namatay sa normal flu? Nasaan na yung namatay sa normal heart attack? Yung mga traditional na sickness, ikinargan nyo lahat sa COVID. Those are the two things na gusto nating ma-destroy. The culprit is the RT-PCR and the database that they bank all their protocols and decision making. Sa mga nakikinig sa gobyerno natin, ito sasabihin ko sa inyo. Nasa bingit na kayo ng alanganin. Pag nagtayuan ang sambayan ng Pilipino, katuwang ang matitinong military, tapos na ang istorya ninyo.
Captain Ray, may reaction yata si Dr. Posadas. Okay, Dr. Posadas, go ahead.
Yeah, in light of what Captain Ray Valerio, is it?
Valeros.
Valeros, which is really very timely. It's imperative now to put ourselves together for traction and action. In a resolution that I'm going to propose in a next session, to frame our sessions, subjects, and points of privileged speech within this following comprehensive but inclusive premises or issues. In the most imperative movement for action or traction, so that we may also, at the same time, now that Attorney Melchor Magdamo has gone into details of the 1899 Constitution and its background and its mode of governance, so that within the sessions we can only limit the subjects for traction and action, in that we only limit any comparison of the 1899 Constitution with the other constitutions, because there is no comparison at all, just to avoid wasting time. We go on the premise, whether they like it or not, that the 1899 Constitution is the only valid, pure Filipino People's Wills Constitution, and the People's Wills is the superior creator of the Constitution. And it's only the people who can change it or shift it to the valid and alive and promulgated and enforceable Constitution. So we will limit our subjects within only the application of the 89 Constitution into all these events. For example, like what Captain says, that what's happening now on the ground is really all about the pandemic plan, so to speak. That all along, that's what I've been thinking, that it's only data-driven to only create fear and to push vaccination. There's no aim at all of any other thing except to vaccinate and to put people in the grip of fear. There's no aim for enduring, at least, or to cure at all. So these subjects now that we're going to entertain within the application of the 89 Constitution, like an investigation, so that we will hear from experts and the opposition and from anybody else, even from the administration itself, to defend and invite them in a shadow Congress investigation. Then there we go, wherein we can now go into detail as though we are the real Congress in action. And then we will do some investigation. Of course, it will not have any legal effect yet, but at least it's a shadow suggestion or proposal that we are dealing with the sessions. If we were to shift to the 1899 Constitution, that is what the parliamentary federal government will do in its parliamentary investigations. It will bring out into the light of day, all this what currently Captain is elaborating on and explaining on. So that's what I would propose in the next session, a resolution to accept subjects or points of privileged speeches and investigations only within the application of the 1899 Constitution, because there's no question at all of comparing it with the other constitutions. Why? Because 1899 Constitution is the only alive and pure people's will. All the others are for all practical purposes are defective and impaired, and they are foreign influence. So therefore, they're not a valid pure people's will constitution. So that's what I'm going to suggest in the next session. I mean, I propose in the next session as a point of privilege speech.
Any comment, on Attorney Posadas? Okay.
Napakaliwanag,
Nice.
napakaliwanag, Brother Ben. Short manifestation lang sinabi ni Attorney Robert. Napakaliwanag. At ang tanong ko lang, under our Republic Act 6735, yung People's Initiative natin, Attorney Robert, pwede ba tayong mag-conduct ng referendum? May batas tayo under yung Republic Act 6735, yung People's Initiative. Ang referendum ganito. Alam natin na pinapractice yan nung panahon ni President Marcos. Yes or no lang sasagutin ng taong bayan. Ang tanong ko, paano natin ma-empower itong shadow government para suportahan ng majority ng mga Pilipino through a referendum?
Yes. As a matter of fact, that was our first approach with Attorney Melchor Magdamo and Gil Ramos to initiate a petition or a plebiscite referendum for President Duterte to order under his oath of duty to redress people's grievances. So he's going to follow, if he's going to follow his oath of duty to listen to people, to redress people's grievances, and the people's grievances through a petition to conduct a referendum to shift into the 1899 Constitution, because in order to get rid of all these corruptions now, deeply entrenched corruption, you have to remove and uproot it from the top or completely. Because if you don't change the system at all or reset the system at all, the contaminations remain. And you have to remember, these are deeply entrenched corruption. They will always come out if it's within the same substance or system. So we completely changed the system completely into something that is already valid and alive and promulgated and enforceable. So once we shift into the 1899 Constitution, the government hits the deck running. They're all implementable right away with a few changes and adoption as we go along to retrofit or to adjust into other commissions. And but the branch of government remains the same. One Congress, one executive through the Prime Minister, or even under the statesmanship of the President, and one Supreme Court. And all of these are implementable. The same criminal codes remain. The same Department of Justice remain. And they will all be filled up and changed accordingly. And the senators and the Congress remain until the election for 2022, which will be already 4 new members of the federal parliamentary government under the 1899 Constitution. Then, even now, we can sort of initiate a shadow proposal or a plebiscite to test the grassroots level. Initiate it. They just go through the motions of forming a petition for a referendum, and let's do it maybe as very timely. That was what we were talking about last time with Attorney Melchor Magdamo, to initiate first an administrative process that's required by the Supreme Court and maybe by the President himself, to require a administrative process of getting some feedback from the barangays. And according to Melchor Magdamo, only one barangay LGU unit could initiate something like this, and all the barangays and all the other LGU units, especially most practically Governor Gwen Garcia, to come on board to initiate a petition. Because of the light of all this happening, you have to reset everything, all the approaches and the implementation on the so-called pandemic.
Okay. Reaction from Attorney Magdamo before Mike Alonan.
Regarding the medical martial law,
Yeah, that's it.
local government code says that you can impose it for only 6 months. And after 6 months, you must turn over to the local government.
Correct.
So the
So-
IATF, the interagency task force against COVID, they are already beyond the 6 months period. Ano na sila? Expired na sila.
Oh,
So we can do people's initiative both using Republic Act 6735 and the one in the local government code sabay. Para
correct.
sa taas, suntok sa ilalim. Up
Yeah.
and down.
Yan. Invoke that, invoke the expiration of the national emergency law, which have already expired, which has already expired, like a year ago. And so that in fact, it's not the present government now, or the administrator is no longer under authority to interfere with the jurisdiction of the local barangay units. They
Okay.
can invoke that.
Salamat, Attorney Melchor and Attorney Robert. I want to spearhead personally, kung pwede sa isang barangay or we gain the 10% numbers from the voters list para ma-initiate natin itong referendum. So gusto kong simulan yan kasi kung mag-uusap lang tayo at walang nagsisimula, walang mangyayari sa atin. So we are on the process now of drafting yung nilalaman ng ating petition addressed to the President, Attorney Melchor and Attorney Robert. Pag natapos ng petition, ako na maglalakin para maging valid yung ating petition. So we can start from there, Attorney
Okay.
Robert and Attorney Melchor.
In the next session, we will take that up, specific petition.
Okay.
Salamat.
Mike Alonan, you are recognized.
I was wondering, first thing first, I deeply appreciate the depth and profound Attorney Melchor, no, Magdamo, he's a constitutional erudite, an erudite on constitutionalism and deep sense of history. Just two questions related to this. One is, for many decades, more than a century, we presume, or it has been tacitly or implicitly that it has been deemed repealed because of the throughout time, because of the many succeeding constitutions, no? One, then what's by the way the jurisprudence? Being a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, no? I'm ignorant on the legal construction on the aspect of, because some would argue it's deemed repealed, although not explicitly as what your thesis is pointing out, no? It's not explicitly spelled out. So what's the real jurisprudence on legal construction or the validity of laws on whether, and second point, isn't there a lapsability beyond a certain period? Because many laws or many let's say legal actions, if you don't take some concrete steps in that regard, beyond a certain period, there's elapsability. Will this not fall into place also similarly?
Okay,
The
Attorney
lapsability
Magdamo.
and yung legalist,
Attorney
on what is
Magdamo.
not explicit or parang ganyan lang. So,
May I be recognized to supplement the response that may happen from Melchor Magdamo, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, you are recognized, Professor Hill.
There is a conundrum in your question, Mr. Alunan. You're talking about jurisprudence. The present Supreme Court under the 1987 Constitution is stopped from ruling about the 1899 Constitution because it is not even recognizing it. The acolytes of our legal profession only recognize, because of the colonial residue of our colonial experience, the jurisprudence only ended with the 1935 Constitution. All the acts of the 1899 Constitution and everything that follows after it is not part of our legal jurisprudence. In the existing situation right now, nobody in the legal profession even recognizes the existence and the precedence of acts of the 1899 Congress and the 1899 Constitution as well. So therefore, this is really a misguided process wherein the residue of colonial domination is still persist in our society. That is what we want to purge from our legal tradition. We want to recognize the 1899 Constitution as the first act of sovereignty of a free people, uninfluenced by any foreign influence, by any foreign manipulation at all. If we were to make an analogy to siblings and seniority among siblings, the only legal child of our political experience was the 1899 Constitution, fathered by Sambayanang Pilipino and Inang Bayan. The other constitutions that followed were fathered by foreigners. They are bastard constitutions. However, because of the way colonial policies and neo-colonial policies were followed through all these decades, we were made to think in a straight-jacketed framework that does not include our 1899 Constitution, which is the first sovereign act of a free people. That is what our movement is trying to correct. We are telling the people about what the sacrifices of our ancestors are about. This has been erased from our memory. A cultural wall was built by colonial master America. Thomasites were placed into our midst, teaching us the English language, letting us forget the Spanish language, where the language of liberation and independence was written by our heroes with their blood, sweat, and tears. Our goal in this shadow Congress, which is also the spirit of the 1899 Constitution, is to revive these memories, is to put it back into our racial memory so that our Filipino people will begin to understand. Why was Rizal killed? Why was Bonifacio killed? Why was Antonio Luna killed? Why were all our heroes who sacrificed their lives? What was the products of those sacrifices? We just ignore them because it is convenient for the colonial masters who are now the globalist baton masters to make us forget our history, to make us forget what our ancestors sacrificed for. That is what we want to do now. We want to remind us we have heroes, we have a history, we have a constitution of a free sovereign people. It is a gift from our ancestors. We could use it as a reset button to correct the political morass that we are in. Let us use it. Let us use this gift. Let us go back. The road to our future is through our past. Let us use it. Let us not forget. Let us not ignore the sacrifices of our heroes of the past. Thank you.
And contrary to what we are practicing at present, we are celebrating June 12 as our independence, which start from June 12, 1898, but we forgot to recognize the 1899 Constitution. Why? What is the use of recognizing the Independence Day if we fail to recognize the first ever Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines? defense.
Good point, Ben.
Any reaction from that?
Maybe recognize Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, okay. Geoffrey Balse, you are recognized.
Yes, all your points are wonderful, and I can't disagree. I'd like to also address the concern of Capre, who gave a very impassioned speech. We're not talking about people who, at this point, he did give a very good picture that the ordinary Filipino, millions of them, that far outnumber us and today here, are not thinking in the modes of ennoblement. They are thinking on the modes of survival. They are desperate. They need food. They need jobs. Some of them, many of them are homeless. Many of them are forced to sell their bodies, their children. And at this point, they have experienced, let's not fool ourselves. They have experienced a government that is better than the past. We cannot deny that. So their very basic concern is two things. How, when we make a call to action, how will that bring food to the table? Jobs that pay right, just wages, the dignity of human life and their families. How does this deliver what they need? And second, how do we guarantee, because people are looking for guarantees, that we will be providing an even better government than what they are experiencing now? Sure, I will not deny that they are undergoing suffering. But the specter of the past governments, especially if they remember Yolanda, especially if they remember the breakdowns of infrastructure, like the LRT, the MRT, the breakdowns of the roads, the embarrassing state of our international airport, and the inaccessibility of the provinces in that time. How can we promise that it will be better? What do we have to show? How that we can prove without any doubt that we will be better? So I address that to not just to Attorney Magdamo in his brilliant speech. I also address that to the entire body. Thank you.
Geoffrey Balse, I have to comment on that. That's why the shadow government is now really pushing Article 12 of the present Constitution, because if these all public utilities be taken over by the government, in the first place, the very benefit gained by the people or be given to the people is, if they are only paying half of what they pay from their bill in electricity, water, and telcos, I think that is the real solution to the very problem. And also being a distributor of fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, I keep on pushing that they have to abunuhan nila yung kanilang mga palayan dahil 600 lang isang litro at kaya na mag-abuno sa isang hektarya. Kung magkaroon ng ganyan, so kung marami ang produkto nating palay, kagaya sa nabanggit kanina ni Congressman Villarama, na pagkain ang kailangan ng tao, hindi yung ang eleksyon. So kung marami tayong palay, kung marami tayong bigas, so ang tao masayahan. So
paano nga natin magagarantiya na makakarating sa bulsa, sa lamesa, sa pinto ng kataong bayan? Kasi sinasabi pa rin natin, tayo ang hahawak. Paano natin may papangako, may gagarantiya na sila ang hahawak? Ultimo. Kasi yun ang kailangan natin ipaliwanag sa kanila. Na tayo mismo ang magdadala sa kanilang bulsa, sa kanilang pinto, sa kanilang lamesa, ng pagkain, ng salapi, ng sahod at trabaho. Yun talagang hindi lang sa paraan ng batas, kundi sa paraan ng institusyon na sinasabi ni Gil Ramos. Kailangan magkita tayo ng paraan na mapapaniwalaan nila, na makikita nila, na madadama nila.
Kaya ang mula ngayon sa kamay ng taong bayan. Para magpalit ng konstitusyon, napakasimple. We need only 12% of the total registered voters.
Yes,
So,
but how can we guarantee
sagot
that
lang
the
dun sa-
change in the Constitution will result in that? That is what they look for.
Yeah, napakaganda,
Point
Brother
of
Ben.
order, Mr. Chairman.
point of order.
If you want to engage in interpellation, you have to relinquish the chair.
Okay, noted. Okay. Geoffrey Balsi, recognized. Continue.
Now, I just want to that was my interpellation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It's addressed to Attorney Magdamo and to our distinguished participants, delegates. Thank
Okay,
you.
Attorney Magdamo,
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
recognized.
Captain Valeros wants to talk.
Salamat, Brother Hill. Napakagandang tanong ni Insan Jeff. At ang guarantee na hinihingi ng mga tao, kung gagawin natin silang parte ng bawat decision making, hindi natin kailangang mangako sa kanila at hindi natin bigay ng rating ko lang. Kung gagawin natin ng parte ng bawat decision majority, maging man it's tungkol sa pananalakan nila at hindi kailangan magbigay ng guarantee. Dahil naging parte sila ng decision making na ipapatupad lang ng ating shadow government. So sa isang bansa na naghahanap ng pagbabago, we cannot bank or dito sa mga tao na matagal nang humahawak sa ating gobyerno. Nakita na natin sila na hindi nila alam ang salitang prioritizing. Yan pa lang, kita na. So, if we are going to get many of the same, pare-parehas lang i-offer ng mga yan. Why not involve the majority of the Filipino people in every decision making through nating desisyon? Gawin natin parte ang taong bayan para hindi masisisi yung shadow government na ginagawa natin sa ngayon. Bakit? Naging parte sila ng decision. And we have to respect the decision of the majority. So, wala na tayo dun sa era ng mga pangako Wala na tayo dun sa era ng guarantee. Gawin natin silang parte ng bawat decision making. That's it. Wala nang sisyan. Naging parte kayo ng decision. So, that is how, yun ang hinahanap natin sa gobyerno natin ngayon Ang bakit ko sinasabi ito? Nung nagpakawala ng mga guidelines ang DOH na pinatupad kaagad ng AITF, nagkandak ba sila ng wide information campaign, wide survey, we're affected by this pandemic. Bigla na lang silang nagbaba ng mga lockdowns na mga guidelines. Pinatupad nila kaagad. So naapektuhan ang napakaraming taong bayan. Nawalan ng trabaho, yung malalaki nga apektado. Yung mas
Okay. So, Attorney Magdamo, you are recognized.
Regarding sa
Captain.
concern ni Geoffrey Balsi about how to feed hungry stomachs while we are dreaming about restoring the 1899 Constitution. If we use the traditional charter change,
kapag ako ang nanalo, ito ang gagawin ko.
Sorry.
Mario, sukan-sukan na tayo dyan. Gawin niyo muna. Bago namin makita ang inyong worth. So yun lang. Maraming salamat, brother.
Okay. Noted. And Mike Alonan, you are recognized. And next is Dr. Posadas. Please unmute.
I wave muna, sila muna. Sila muna. I've been getting calls kasi
Okay, okay.
on the side. Thank you.
Dr. Posadas, any reaction? Please unmute.
Okay. So, was that addressed to me?
Yeah.
Can you
Any
repeat,
reaction?
Governor Villarama?
No,
Yeah,
it is,
okay. I just want to remind everybody, we are discussing solutions to problems that have been created for decades. No? Ang akin pong advice sana, dahil malapit na po ang 2022 11 months to go yata yung eleksyon. Ang nakikita ko pong solusyon sana, yung genuine voters education. Kasi ito po ang ating mga problema. Kung may mahalal tayo na sabihin natin, ilang matitinong senador, no? Congressman, kung mayroon pang matino. Pero, kasi kung yung ating pong mga DE ay matuturuan natin, malaking bagay po. Kasi yung DE po, ito po yung walang panahon para pag-aralan ng kwalifikasyon ng 6 na pong kandidatong senador, limang presidentiable at 5 vice presidentiable. Imposible po nilang mabigyan ng pagkakataon. Dahil busy po sila maghanap ng pagkain araw-araw at saka matutulugan sa gabi. So, yun po ang yung priority sana na gusto kong ibigay sa inyo. Dahil tayo po yung kumbaga sa kapag aral tayo, nakakapag express tayo ng ating mga napag-aralan, life experiences. Pero hindi po na-enjoy ng karamihan ng mahirap ang pinag-uusapan natin. Hindi dahil bobo sila. In fact, ang mahirap po ang survivor Yan ang matitino. Ang index ng happiness palagi ko sa mahirap mas mataas kaysa sa mga mayaman na nababankrupt sa panahon ng pandemya. They're happy in their poverty. Politiko po ako, kamukha sa Baliwag, ating squatter sa release ng tren. Yun ang aking lugar ko Giginto, mga squatter sa tren, nakatira sa release ng tren. Nung kampanya, kahit na ngayon, pag may pumunta doon, mga bata naglalaro, nakangiti. No? Hindi mo makikita na nalulungkot sila dahil mahirap sila dahil hindi sila nakapag-aral. Para bang nasanay na sila sa kahirapan. And they are enjoying it. They're accepting it. As yun ang kanilang faith, no? Yun ang hanggang doon lang sila umabot, no? Pero tayo mga may kaya, malugi lang ng konti sa negosyo, mawala ng rentang condominium, apartment na pinaupahan, talagang parang mamamatay na tayo sa hirap. So ang pakiusap ko po sana, at alam ni Atty. Magdamo yan, katagal ko ng kasama yan, from the very start, ay let us invent voters education na pwede natin ibaba kaagad. Para sa ganon, yung mga kwalifikasyon ng mga kandidato, na makikita naman sa Google at Wikipedia yung mga yan. O kaya sa mga investigative journalist, no? Para makita natin, baka naman fake news, no? Yung mga nasa Wikipedia o Google, no? But sa akin po, yun ang importante kasi nakikita natin ang kabulukan ng mga politiko eh. Pero kung patuloy lang natin pag-uusapan yan, wala pong mahihiratnan. Kamukha yung pong si Atty. Magdamo, yan po ang hindi lang na yan nasasabi. Yan po ang whistleblower sa COMELEC, yung mga security folder na binili, maikli, overpriced. Kaya nga pag-initan po yan sa COMELEC. No? And ang buhay niya talagang under threat dahil binulagar niya. Yung ganyan kalakas po ang loob niyan. Talagang patriot yan. Kaya lang nakikita ko po, ang dami nagsasabing voters education. Pero panay English eh. Walang Bisaya, walang Tagalog, walang Ilonggo. Ang ibig ko sabihin po, ibaba natin sa masa. A very simple voters education. Huwag na natin po pahirapan masyado yung mga hinihinging kwalifikasyon ng isang mabuting politiko. Kasi may kaibigan kami ni Mel, ang haba nung kwalifikasyon, 18 Bible verses yata. So, iklihan po natin dahil simple lang naman eh. Pag nakita mo yung biodata, may simple grading para bang kumuha ng exam, Mga 5 tanong lang, 5 verses ng Bible na I can share with you. Yun na lang po, huwag nang magdagdag ng kung ano ang kanyang stand sa West Philippine Sea. Dapat iklian po. And yun po ang aking gustong ipaabot sa lahat. Dahil ang dami po magagaling na Pilipino. Yung iba dito, mga kaibigan ko din. Makikita nyo naman yung quality ng konversasyon natin. Si Captain, si Mike, si Balse, Bali sa kasi niloko yung kanyang kapatid. Matatalino po lahat eh. May ideya. Kaya lang, baka masyado tayong nagko-concentrate sa mga sakit at mga solusyon. Okay lang yun, pero sana after the election, turuan muna natin yung mga kabataan at yung mga tatanda, para makilala kung paano. And I think kung pagsasamahan natin ng ating mga ideya, we can produce one voters education model. Hindi yung ang dami-dami, yung grupo namin ni Atty. Bell, yung one vote movement, Kami po nag-upsa niyan. Hindi ko lang maalala kung election sa ego yan eh. Kami magkakasama niyan, yung one vote movement for Christian pastors. Ngayon tinitinan ko yung aming social media punong-puno ng iba-ibang mga pamamaraan ng pag-educate, hindi magkaisa po eh. Kaya yung nagbabasa natataranta lang. Kailangan magkaisa. Ano ba ituturo natin? Saan natin kukunin yung impormasyon ng mga kumakandidato, lalo na sa national election? Importante po, senador at saka presidente at vice-presidente. And then, ano ang mga ating gagawing question para sa mga, kunwari, magmamak election tayo? What will be the questions that we will ask of the candidates na katangian na meron sila? And we have to make it simple. Tapos ang grading lang, kung siya matino, ang score 2. Kung medyo matino, 1. Kung hindi matino, 0. So madaling maintindihan. And we can even do that sa social media.
Okay.
Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Okay, so any reaction from Miss Jennifer Rodriguez or from Jingle? Tahimik ko kayong dalawa dyan. Jingle and Miss Rodriguez. Jennifer. And any reaction? And now we have only 1 hour left, and let us limit our time because some other might also be also want to talk. Okay, Attorney Posadas, you are recognized.
Yeah. Regarding Governor Villarama's comments or even a suggestion that we go down to the grassroots level, which is just about time now to show some kind of attraction. What we'll do in the next session is to put a specific resolution to do some groundwork on an information campaign in maybe to invoke it legally and officially. Melchor and I can come up with a information narrative and submitting it as a question to the invoking the Freedom of Information Act, upon which the response will be all of this will be translated right away into Tagalog. And once we submit the question or the issue with the invoking the Freedom of Information Act, everything that comes out from them as a reply or response will be official. And together with our issue and their response, we'll put it and translate it into all the dialects, if we like, and refer them to all to the barangays right away, to the LGUs, so they can feel that there is now a medium wherein they can express their sentiments and their emotions and their opinions. And part of their opinions and comments will now be officially recorded in the resolution or the specific issue that we're going to make, and it all will gel together, and it will be a direct communication with the barangay units, and that's a starter.
Okay, noted in that.
Okay.
So,
May I inform you something, no?
okay, Carlo Iway, you are recognized.
Okay. We do have Miss Jennifer Rodriguez and Miss Jingo Tamayo on here on our session, and I may suggest I will be having they will be having a meeting later at 3 p.m. on Zoom for the Friday. Please join us later. Please join later na siguro because we need to discuss also more of this. And Capri, what will be the updates from on the suggested writ of amparo, Captain Ray?
Captain Ray, you are recognized. They are asking about the rate of amparo.
Ito lang muna, Brother Bian, bago ko makalimutan. May magandang dinidiscuss si Attorney Melchor. Inline rin doon sa sinabi ni Attorney Robert tungkol doon sa barangay assembly. Pwede bang pakibigyan natin ng kahit na 2-3 minutes si Attorney Melchor para mai-announce ito? Kasi yung iba hindi nababasa yung comment natin. Kasi Attorney Robert, pwede rin. Yung ating barangay assembly, base doon sa proclamation ni President Duterte na 599 na every Saturday and Sunday ganapin ito as barangay assembly days. So dito napakagandang ipasok yung ating pinaplano. So what do you think, Attorney Robert?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Attorney Robert and Attorney Magnamo, you will recognize.
Okay, thank you.
Respectively.
Yeah, exactly, Captain. That's what that will start the channel of communications between our shadow Congress, although informally and not really enforceable. But if we invoke the Freedom of Information Act and force it through that, everything that comes out of it or any response will be official because it comes under invoking the Freedom of Information Act from the administration itself. Oh, and then we will use that as a conduit now or a channel of communication between the barangays. even as a part of a freedom of information or freedom of expression. They cannot fault us for that as an act of of sedition, because we're just invoking the Freedom of Information Act as to what the response to the present problems of the pandemic and the implementation of the Department of Health, which directly is now affecting the barangays and their jurisdiction accordingly, like Governor Gwen Garcia's protocol that she's sort of started to disabuse from the implementation of the Department of Health. So that will be a starter, and that's a good one. And it will become semi-official or official, really, because it comes from the government. And then we will be exercising our freedom of expression as a conduit or as a channel of communication between the barangays and our shadow Congress. And that will proliferate, even if it's only translated into Tagalog, never mind the other dialects. But if it can then be done right away, then we have a mechanism wherein we are operating as though we are already informing the barangays. Correct, Captain?
Napakagandang explanation, Attorney Robert. Ito yung hinahanap natin na direksyon dun sa ating shadow Congress. So at least now meron tayong pagsisimulan kasi maganda rin yung nag-uusap-usap tayo ng ganito on the on-site. Parallel to that, may ginagawa na tayong action on the ground, and kailangan lang natin, Attorney Robert, yung gagawin ninyong draft ni Attorney Melchor. At tayo na, tama si Brother William kanina, na yung pag-i-educate dun sa mga tao, magsimula tayo sa barangay level. Kasi yan rin yung ginawang strategy ni Governor Gwen. Ginamit niya ang pulso ng mga Cebuano. So yun ang i-present niya. Ito yung gusto ng mga Cebuano. Anong magagawa ko? Utusan lang ako ng mga tao. So what I'm doing is the clamor and the decision ng mga barangay na nasasakupan ko dito sa Cebu. So yun ang pinatupad ni Gwen Garcia under the local government code, at doon napapasok yung ating barangay assessment sa Cebu. Pumirma sila. Bakit? Dahil alam ng 8 congressman na solid ang decision ng mga Cebuano.
Correct. Yeah, that's why sabi ko it's about time in the next session I will propose a resolution to limit to be as comprehensive as possible, but limited only to what is happening on the ground.
Okay, additional information, Attorney Magnamo. Please unmute. Attorney Magnamo, can you please unmute your audio?
Okay, unmute.
Okay.
Additional information. If we use Republic Act 6735 katulad ng ginamit ni Ramos sa kanyang pirma, or yung ginamit ni Erap sa Concord, or yung ginamit ni Gloria sa Sigaw ng Bayan, isang topic lang ang pwede niya ma-accommodate, which is gusto nilang ma-extend yung term ni Ramos. But kung gagamitin natin yung local government code, wala, there's no limit kung ilang topic ang isaksak mo dyan. There's no limit, and there's no minimum. You don't need to get a signature of 10% of the population. No need, walang ganon. In fact, the only limit there is 50 signatures per barangay, which is very easy to achieve. And then it doesn't even have to be ink, yung ballpen signature. Wala naman nakasulat na regulation na dapat ballpen signature. Pwedeng later on yun. Pwedeng downloadable apps in the meantime. Na pwedeng biometric signatures in the meantime, which is very easy to achieve. Kasi wala naman batas na nagsasabi sa local initiative, kinakailangan pipila ka at saka magkaka-COVID ka sa pila at pipirma ka. Wala naman ganun eh. Pwedeng digital signature sa downloadable apps eh. So, if we use that local initiative, in just 200 sign-ups sa downloadable apps, between 200,000 and 300,000, na-cover mo na buong Pilipinas. Kasi there are only 42,000 barangays in the Philippines eh. Kahit nakalahati lang nga ng 42,000, let's say 21,000, it's easy to achieve that, and mako-cover na natin practically a very wide area in the Philippines sa We can use medical martial law muna dahil yun talaga apektado ang mga tao. Nararamdaman nila yung gutom, nararamdaman nila yung lockdown ng economy, kailangan ng hanap buhay. So, yung concern nga yung kanina si Jeffrey Balse na nag-live na yata siya, yung economic side muna, hanap buhay muna. Pwede natin ma-achieve yan within this year, itong October of 2021 and March 2022. That is before May of 2022 next year. Kasi yung usaping politika, pang mayaman lang yon. Yung economics, usaping economics, pang mahirap. Gutom ang tao, walang hanap buhay, kung ano-ano ginagawa ng tao para kumita. So dito, mag-launch tayo ng local initiatives. Isaksak natin sa harap yung medical martial law, ayuda, community pantries, yung para mabigyan ng pagkain yung nagugutom at gamot yung mga may sakit. Bago tayo mag-usapin politika next year. At pwede natin isnabing ng mga politika. Tao muna, hanap buhay muna bago politika. Yun po ang pwedeng idagdag sa kung mag-local initiative tayo.
Yeah, we will make that as a resolution first in our Congress to make it really something that's officially resolved, and we are all together in the proposal to connect with the barangay local units. Elshor.
Thank you for that good explanation, and I hope sa mga nakarinig, masakyanan nila yan at alam na nila ang dapat nila gawin. And any comment from that? I'll go back to Miss Jennifer Rodriguez and Jingle. Do you have any comment? Anybody? Jingle, you are recognized. Please unmute your audio. Jingle, please unmute your audio. Okay. So, how about Miss Jennifer Rodriguez? Okay. Jingle, any comment? Okay, if none, then Huawei Nova 3, you are recognized. Please unmute your audio. Huawei Nova 3. Nova.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, Jingle. Jingle, where are you? Nawala ka.
Hello. Naririnig po ako?
Hindi ka makita. Wala kang video.
Meron
Okay.
na po ako.
Okay, sige.
Baka may nalasiguro.
Marinig ka.
Okay na po.
Okay.
Okay. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Bali, nakikinig lang po ako, no? Then, very informative naman ang lahat. So, whatever decisions man po na kailangan po ng connection sa mga, on the ground na with the participation ng ASA. Then, basta lahat na naman ng ito, isa ang patutunguhan natin. Nandito lang po ako sa area na ito. So, always ready po ako na tumulong or need any assistance po na kailangan na dapat ayusin. Nandito lang po, keep in touch lang po. Basta nandito lang, nakikinig lang ako at well understood naman po lahat ng mga information na i-share dito. Thank you
Okay.
po.
Noted. Okay. Next, Huawei Nova 3, you are recognized. Huawei Nova, please unmute your audio. Please unmute your audio. Huawei Nova 3, please unmute your audio. Paki-unmute ng audio mo. Huawei Nova 3, you are recognized. Ayaw. So, anybody who wants to comment?
Mr. Chair, I think Ms. Capre has something to say. Very important daw na sa comment ko.
Okay. Captain Ray, you are recognized.
Brother Ben, sundan ko yung sinabi ni Attorney Melchor at saka ni Attorney Robert. Kasi gusto nating madaliin ito eh. Doon sa next hearing natin, kung makakagawa na sila ng resolution, mas mabilis natin at nagpapasalamat tayo kay Attorney Melchor sa pagbibigay ng mas malalim na aspeto ng ating sa barangay level natin, yung local government code, na mas malawak siya kaysa dun sa ating Republic Act 6735 na People's Initiative. So kung ang kailangan lang is 50 pirma sa bawat barangay, para sa kaalaman ng lahat, at alam rin ito ni Brother Bien at saka ni Brother Hill, we can activate yung ating noble patriots all over the Philippines. Hindi man natin marating ang kalahati ng mga barangay, definitely we can get numbers na kailangan natin to start with. At pag yung pagdi-disseminate, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Melchor, na kahit pwede kung tinatanggap ng korte o ng kahit saan legal entities yung ating electronic signature, mas madali nating maipapamahagi at makakalap ang pulso ng sambayanan sa barangay level. Paano po ito? May mga kaibigan po tayo na tumutulong sa atin na mga IT po ito at may mga high-tech equipment ito paano mag-conduct ng malawakan survey through electronic means. So whether they like it or not, matatanggap nila yung survey natin through the palm of their hands at makakasagot sila directly. At kung kailangan i-attach yung kanilang picture or electronic signature at tatanggapin ito ng mga legal entities natin, pwede natin gawin yan as soon as possible. So ang kailangan lang talaga natin sa ngayon immediate need natin is yung resolution na manggagaling sa shadow government at yung draft letter na ipapakalat natin sa barangay level para makuha na natin yung target. Kasi tama yung sinasabi ng karamihan, nakapos na tayo sa time. Even the government itself, may plano na sila doon sa pagdideclare nila ng parliamentary form of government. So sila rin ang makikinabang rito and this is politically motivated. Bakit ko nasabi na mangyayari ito as soon as possible, itong gagawin nilang pagdideclare ng parliamentary? Dahil sa nangyaring hidwaan sa PDP laban, na-expelled na si Alcusi bilang parte ng PDP laban at ang ibig sabihin nito, nag-declare na ng all-out war yung mga original na PDP na pinamumunuan ngayon ni Senator Pacquiao. So mag-uunahan sila nito. So I want that to be parallel. We requested na lahat ng galaw natin is mapabilis rin dahil kailangan na mabasa nila kung ano yung pulso ng sambayanan at mailagay doon sa manifesto or doon sa ipapamahagi natin sa sambayanan para sagutin nila through whatever question yung ilalagay natin na gusto nating ma-convey sa ating gobyerno na ito ang pulso ng sambayanan at hindi yung ginagawa ninyo, pinaplano ninyo na mangilan-ngilan lang ang makikinabang. So yun lang ang request ko kay Attorney Robert, Attorney Melchor, kung mapapadali itong resolution at yung draft letter natin, kami na ang bahala on the ground to gather 50 signature or 50 reply from each barangay. Hindi man natin makuha yung mandatory target, at least makakuha tayo ng numbers na sinasabi ni Attorney Melchor na masasabi nating overwhelming rin at magpapakita na ito talaga yung pulso ng sambayanan. Maraming salamat, Brother Bien.
Okay, so I do hope that Attorney Posadas and Attorney Magdamo could make a resolution and we could start next session. We could have start the dissemination of such letter of information sa mga barangay.
Okay. I will coordinate with the Attorney Melchor Magdamo and Gil Ramos on private message for to get it ready next session.
Okay. More comment or more suggestion doon sa local government code. Okay, Huawei Nova 3, you are recognized.
suggestion.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Huawei Nova 3. Any suggestion from Huawei Nova 3? If not, then I have to ask for others. Hindi kita marinig. Huawei Nova 3, marinig mo ba kami? So he can't hear us. So any more suggestion or comment on the proposed resolution mentioned by Attorney Posadas that we have to start from the local government code? Yeah. Rather than applying the Republic Act 6735.
Sir, I'm
Yes,
raising
go
my
ahead.
hand.
Okay.
I'm raising my hand.
Okay, you are recognized, Huawei.
No. Huawei. Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying Huawei. Okay, Mr. Speaker, may I speak? I'd like to make a follow through on. No. I approve of Attorney Magdamo's suggestion to tap the barangay assembly, just like we had, or President Marcos had implemented during the 1973 Constitution when he wanted it to be ratified in 1973. And another one is make a follow through on the vice governors, former congressman of Bulacan, the education campaign to inform the people comes voting time. I suppose we are now agreed that there will never be an election in the next 1 year, in 1 year, or maybe in the next 2 or 3 years. Although the president has now manifested that he is now prolonging his tenure, subject to elections of next year, but we are not sure about it. The president has floated the idea of having his tenure prolonged to another 6 years because he might now be wanting to declare revolutionary government. And being the leader of the country, of the nation, he is ready now to maybe declare a prolonged Duterte government under a revolutionary government, so that our aspirations as we want it done through the 1899 Constitution of the sovereign constitution that we all agree on, can now everything that the Duterte administration has begun and want to do for the country will come to fruition, because he now realizes that he could not stop the drug menace in 6 months. He could not stop the oligarchs from continuing to prey on the people, just like, for example, in Albay, in my beloved Albay, the people now are in a revolutionary mood because the electricity has gone up to so much that every household has to pay now 8,000 pesos minimum, because the APEC now, which is controlled by the San Miguel Corporation, it is a subsidiary of the San Miguel Corporation. It has taken over the Albay Electric Cooperative, and it has no franchise. It's supposed to take over only the management and improve and rehabilitate. But what is happening now is that it has reneged on its promise to rehabilitate, but it is ready now to collect its capital expenditure of 68 centavos and then collect. Otherwise,
Okay, reaction from both of you.
Yeah, be sure to join the next session so you'll second the motion. I'll give you the honor, please. Second the motion, my resolution.
Yes, Dr. Posadas. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think Congressman Villarama is raising his hand.
Yeah, it's Congressman Villarama. I'm sorry.
Ana. Yeah, please unmute your audio.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just would like to relate a personal experience, regarding yung doing the changing the constitution through itong people's initiative. I was one of those leaders or followers when we tried to insert into the constitution. Hindi ko na maalala, but this was in Cebu. Kami nila Alex Lacson, ang dami-daming dumating, no? Mga kaliwa, kanan, gitna, nandun lahat. It was very impressive, no? Ngayon, ang naging problema kasi kailangan 3% eh. 3% ng
Every district.
every district, ano? So pag niyari tayo ng mga magagaling sa isang distrito, wala na yan. And then, ang nakakaiyak, dadaan pa sa COMELEC para i-check, no, yung local COMELEC, para i-check yung veracity ng mga signatures, no? So, it will take months, no? What I'm trying to say, itong sistemang ito is meant really to fail eh. Napakahirap gamitin. Kita nyo na, mga presidente. 3 presidente yan, sunod-sunod eh. Hindi nila napalitan yung konstitusyon para habaan yung kanilang yung term nila, hindi ba? FBR, tapos I think, Jody Dimitra, tapos I think it was ERAP, no? Si ERAP tried, and then si GMA, no? We tried, kami nila GMA, no? Napakahigpit ng requirements, no? Natalo lahat sa Supreme Court yan. You can Google it, no? Alam ni Attorney Mel yan, no? Una-una, ang kailangan, isang question lang. Hindi pwedeng a series of questions, no? But I was active in magpapapirma, no? Napakahirap po talaga dahil unang-una, maraming kopya. And then pupuntahan mo yung mga tao sa barangay, di ba? Ilalagay nila yung precinct number nila, iba hindi na naalala, pirma, address, no? So what I'm not discouraging this group. I'm sure may maiimbento tayo may maiimbento tayong paraan, no? Ngayon, doon sa local initiative, si Attorney Mel, expert diyan, no? And there was one time when he was trying to do it in Quezon ba yun, Attorney Mel, na dinukot yung kanyang mga kasama. Dinukot yung mga kasama niya na nagpapapirma. Dahil yung local initiative, madali eh. No? And he called me up. Nagpapanik kung may kakilala daw kong PNP dahil dinukot, physically dinukot yung dalawang kasama niya. No? So, sabi ko, Mel, kako, ang tapang-tapang mo kasi nagpapapirma ka against the mayor eh. Dudukutin ka talaga, mabuti, hindi ka pinapatay. Ano? So, there are also physical danger sa dito gusto natin gawin. Ano? I mean, theoretically, madali eh. Ilan lang sa isang barangay ang magpapapirma, no? Ilan lang sa isang municipality, no? But in practical terms, napakahirap. Napakahirap. Maybe siguro we can try it in one area na medyo maraming tao, no? Hindi madaling mandukot, no? Ito si Brother Mel, naawa ko, tumawag sa akin eh. Willie, kakilala ko ang PNP, dinukot yung dalawang bata ko na nagpapapirma. Mabuti, hindi ka sinama. Well, anyway, yan. Attorney Mel, baka naman pwede mong ipaliwanag sa kanila para malaman din nila yung danger na pinapasukan mo, no? Which you can share para malaman natin what is awaiting us when we implement yung legally tama naman na pagpapalit ng mga ordinansa, kahit ng mga batas, pwede yan eh. Kung nationwide. Can you allow Attorney Mel?
Okay, we have 27 minutes left, and please just limit the talk for 2 minutes. Okay, Attorney Mel, you are recognized.
Yung problema na dudukutin ka, mababawasan natin yan kung gumamit tayo ng downloadable apps. Kasi sa local initiative, wala naman nakasulat doon na dapat kinakailan puntahan mo na paper and pencil. Unless yung barangay mismo nag-require nun. In places na walang signal, syempre, mapipilitan ka gumamit ng paper and ballpen. Pero sa mga places naman na may signal, pwede kang gumamit ng pwede kang TikTok kung tutusin Because the human face is the most reliable biometric. Sabihin mo na, halimbawa, ako si Captain Ray Valeroso, sinusuportahan ko ang panukala ni William Boyson Villarama. Tapos ipakita mong ganun. That's a valid signature na pwede sa People's Initiative para maiwasan yung mga kidnapping, yung mga terrorism. Sa COVID pa ngayon, ina-allow yung electronic communications katulad ng ginagawa natin yun, Zoom. Saka, by the way, sa Barangay Assembly, may pinirmahan din si President Duterte na pwede yung Zoom because of COVID. So, itong because of new technologies nga, mas kaya natin gawin itong local initiative na mahirap gawin nung araw, na mas madaling gamitin ngayon. Hahanapin ko lang yung pinirma ni President Duterte na allowing electronic means na hindi ko lang dala ngayon. Pero I have a copy of that na para maiwasan natin yung terrorism, maiwasan natin yung COVID. Gumamit tayo ng technology para sa initiative na yan.
Okay, so tingin ko maliwanag na itong People Initiative using electronic means ay madali natin magawa yan. Any more suggestion and comments? Sayang din, may 15 minutes pa. Please raise your hands if you have some suggestion or comments. If not, then we have to close the session.
Meron pang yan, si Carlo Iway, nakataas pang kamay niya.
Hindi ko makita.
I-recognize nyo na lang si Giancarlo Iway.
Carlo Iway, you are recognized. Carlo Iway, you are recognized. Please unmute your audio.
Okay, meron akong i-announce for later tonight. May meeting pala with the GM na meron akong kinailangan natin to. Then, na tayo sa laban na ito At would I ask Captain Ray if she's back here or later tonight po 8 p.m. tayo.
8 p.m. tonight. Sa GM yan?
Tonight tayo.
Captain Ray,
makita na tayo doon.
are you still here?
Wala siya. Sir Ramos.
Hello, can I be recognized?
Yeah. You are recognized, Professor here.
In the next session, I would like to announce that in the next session on July 17, July 16 ba ang next July 17 ang next natin Saturday. The speaker would be Bobby Brillante, Robert Brillante. He's the guy who has opposed Binay in the mayoral elections of Makati. He has been the opponent of Binay for a long time. He has been an opponent of political dynasties. So on July, he would like to address our Congress on a point of privilege regarding federal structures, federal and parliamentary structures in revolutionary governance. He's the head of the Philippine National Coalition on Revolutionary Government. So he will address us on July 17. He would like to have that opportunity, and so I would like to announce that to our group right now. And on July 24, former Senator Joey Lina and also former Governor of Laguna, who is also a member of our shadow DILG group, has requested that he be able to address our Congress on a point of privilege regarding a speech on leadership in an imperfect democracy. So on July 24, we have former Senator Joey Lina, former Governor of Laguna, addressing us. On July 17, it would be former Vice Mayor of Makati, Bobby Brillante, addressing us. So if we have the time within those addresses, I would also present a point of privilege on how to reorganize our Philippine economy for rapid recovery once we have a president who is willing to and have the political guts to implement the things that we have been proposing. So I just will have to play it by ear as to whether I can insert it at the time of Bobby Brillante's speech or at the time of Joey Lina's speech. So that is all my message is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So 11 minutes more. Anybody who wants to suggest or comment on the proposed topic next plenary session? Okay, Carlo Iway, you are recognized. Carlo Iway, can you hear me?
Okay. Siguro talagang malaman din dapat yan yung sinabi ni Sir Hill Ramos, no? And dapat maghanda tayo dito sa gagawin ating session next week. And Captain Ray is back for the information for our upcoming meeting tonight. Cap Ray.
Cap Ray, you are recognized to explain the proposed session meeting or some meeting tonight at 8. Can we hear something from you, Captain Ray? Please unmute your audio. Cap Ray? Can you? Okay. Tungkol daw sa meeting mamaya 8.
Brother Ben, salamat. Sorry, putol-putol yung signal ko kanina. Magkakaroon tayo mamaya ng song contest ng ating Gising Maharlika. At mag-a-attend rito yung ating CDCPH. Inimbitahan natin. Sila, may mga darating pa na iba. At ang pag-uusapan natin dito is yung One Solid Act sa 24th ng July 2021. Nakipag-meeting na tayo sa ating PNP Legal Department at tinutulungan tayo ng ibang congressman na makahanap ng Freedom Park para kung saan tayo magdadaos ng ating peaceful assembly. Ang galaw po natin sa 24 July is inline po ito dun sa ating pangatlo na nationwide rally for freedom. Ang tawag natin dito ngayon is peaceful assembly. Kasi ang military natin, ang kapulisan natin, pag may word na rally, medyo hindi gusto nila inline doon sa pagiging member ng Pilipinas sa Worldwide Rally for Freedom na in-initiate ng ating Maharlika Network. At mamaya pag-uusapan ang plano ng CDCPH tungkol doon sa nationwide na pagpupush ng ivermectin dahil ang 24th July po is ivermectin day rin worldwide. So ito yung nakikita natin na poster child natin para makapasok tayo doon sa tinatawag natin na freedom of choice. Yung mga ayaw magpabakuna, ito, ivermectin. At sana isuportahan ito ng ating mga congressman na huwag ipilit yung vaccination passport. Bigyan ng laya ang bawat isa. At nag-declare na po ng all-out war ang CDCPH against sa malalaking big pharma, yung mga big pharma natin sa DOH, AITF, all-out war, declare lang ni Dr. Iggy Agbayani, presidente ng CDCPH. At sinusuportahan po natin yan ng ating mga noble Filipino patriots at ng iba sa ating military at kapulisan. So nagkaroon na po tayo ng vehicle para tumiwalag tayo doon sa forced mass vaccination at suportahan natin po ang 24th ng July bilang ivermectin day at ang ating galaw para sa peaceful assembly. At ito naman is naka-anchor sa ating constitution. Tayo sama-sama.
Hindi po to usapin ng isang grupo lang, hindi po ito one issue group. At hindi po ito dapat na personalidad ang usapan. Ito po ay about sa sambayan ng Pilipino. At ito po ay hindi pagsuporta sa ilang politiko nor supporting the government or a revolutionary government. Hindi po gusto natin ang revolutionary government na gobyerno ang magde-declare. We will not do that. Gusto natin revolutionary government na taong bayan ang magde-declare. Magkaiba po yun. So yan po ang pag-uusapan natin mamayang gabi at sana po dumalo kayo. Ang tawag po natin dito is one solid act together.
Okay. So may assembly area na ba tayo sa July 24 o sa SOM tayo? Ano ang plano niyo doon? Please unmute, Captain Ray. Naka-mute ka. Yan.
Okay. Mamaya pag-uusapan pa at hihingin yung suggestion, recommendation ng bawat group at bawat isa.
Okay,
ang lugar is i-declare pa natin dahil nakikipag-coordinate pa tayo sa Metro Manila mayors. Lahat sila papadala natin ng sulat kung sino yung magbigay sa atin ng Freedom Park. Doon tayo magkakandak ng peaceful assembly.
Okay. Noted.
May I be recognized, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker?
Professor Hill, you are recognized.
Another thing that I am about to do tomorrow, I will be in the Los Angeles area.
Yep.
And I will seek a meeting with Senator Emmanuel Pacquiao and inquire as to whether he would be supporting the 1899 movement. So that will be the topic of the meeting that I would have with Attorney Pacquiao. I was told by his staff in Manila that it is at the discretion of Senator Pacquiao if he wants to meet with me or not. If he decides to just ignore all political efforts during his training for the coming fight against Errol's Pence, he may not want to talk to me. So, but I still would be in the Los Angeles area, starting at 10 a.m. Los Angeles time tomorrow. So I will be there. Now, I would like to inform our group that we are also in contact with a group of Senator Gordon, and the same inquiry is happening. I would like to inquire as to whether Senator Gordon would, since he is a delegate of the 1971 Constitutional Convention, and that he has been the author of the automated election law, as to whether he would support the objectives of the 1899 movement in terms of support for the 1899 Constitution and reforming the COMELEC process of conducting our elections. We are also in contact with other groups of people who may have candidates that are now gearing to participate in the 2022 elections. Our group does not support any particular candidate. What we would like to canvass among these presidentiables is whether they would support our advocacies and whether they would carry the ideas that we have been proposing in our group during the campaign that they may wage in their desire to become the leader of the country. So that is the situation that we are in. We are open to all people. We want to invite everybody of any persuasion, including Dilawan, Komunista, o mga Makadigong, and we will discuss with them on the basis of the solidity of ideas, not on personalities. Because what we want is our ideas about what is good for the nation should be part of the coming political dialogues in the coming presidential elections. That is all. That's my announcement. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Hill. And if ever you could meet Senator Pacquiao tomorrow, please don't forget to remind him related to Republic Act 9483, because now there is one vessel that sunk in Manila Bay. So, ang sakali maglabas ang langis diyan, medyo mahirap ito kung wala naipon ang marina tungkol sa batas na ito na para sa oil pollution. Please don't forget to remind him about this. Thank you. So it's now
I will do that. I will do that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
it's
I will do
about
that.
okay, thank you, noted. It's about now 12 o'clock and then we have to end the session.
Very much, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll meet everybody again on July
17.
July 17.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Salamat. And
Salamat, Professor. Hope you will
Thank-
be able to see Manny Pacquiao.
I hope I'm able to see him. Ronnie Monsayak has made efforts to contact him. I
Okay.
have contacted the office of Senator Coco Pimentel to tell him that I would like to meet with Senator Pacquiao. And also the groups of the PDP Laban people who are aligned with Senator Pacquiao has been contacted. Also, Senator Gordon has been contacted. It's always on the basis of ideas that we align with people. It's not on the basis of personalities.
Okay, so now
Good luck.
Thank you.
our session will end and I hope the next plenary session we could arrive to proper solution related to dissemination of educational information to the barangay.
Second
Thank
demotion,
you.
Ben.
Salamat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Salamat po lahat. Captain.
Thank you,
Yes.
Congressman Villarama, Willie.
Okay, salamat po. Salamat po sa lahat. Napakaganda nitong grupong ito.
Attorney
Mel.
Melch. Captain.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Melchor Magdamo, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Huwag kang pakikidnap, Mel. Napakatapang nitong tao ito. Grabe. Ang daming dinimanda ito sa ombudsman eh. Grabe talaga. Anyway, sige po. Thank you. Thank you everybody.
Okay. Sige, thank you very much.